Chapter 1529. Lin Tian was naturally aware of old drunkard's good intentions. Compared to his current cultivation level, a peak ancestral immortal artifact battle spear was truly too high in quality. If he could use it without any restrictions, it would more or less cause him to become somewhat reliant on it. This was ultimately not a good thing for him. This was because with dependence he would lack a sense of danger, and without a sense of danger, he would not feel any pressure. Without pressure, his motivation to cultivate would naturally decrease. As a result, he would slack off on his cultivation. Understood. He smiled and put the battle spear back into his body. An old drunkard's body became even fainter at this time. He rubbed Lin Tian's head, and a faint light entered Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. It was the cultivation method of the 18 seals of the 4 symbols. He smiled and said, "Okay, go." Lin Tian nodded and looked at the passage that an old drunkard opened to the immortal domain. The aura of the immortal path was constantly rushing out from it. "Then we're going," he said to an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled and nodded. Lin Tian also grinned. He took one last look at an old drunkard, then led Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu directly into the void passage opened by an old drunkard. The next moment, they disappeared into it, turning into a ball of light and rushing toward the sky. The next moment, the void passage opened by an old drunkard distorted slightly and then dissipated. An old drunkard looked at the sky with a calm and lazy smile on his face. Then he silently disappeared on the spot. In the pitch-black space, Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu all felt dizzy. They could not see anything in the void, but there was a very shocking pressure in every corner of the space, which made it seem somewhat oppressive. Being in this place, they all felt a little uncomfortable, but they did not dare to move at will. After all, they were now in the void passage that led to the immortal domain. If they moved recklessly and something strange happened, they would definitely be in big trouble. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, the space around them trembled slightly and the pressure lessened. Then, in the next moment, a trace of light appeared in front of them, and a strong force came from the side. Bang, 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 the man and the 2 beasts were knocked out of the void. Roar! Roar! The deafening roar of the beasts resounded in their ears. It was like the roar of thunder, causing the man and the 2 beasts to tremble. They broke free from the boundless void. As far as the eye could see, the environment they were in now was a vast primeval forest. The ancient trees were terrifyingly thick, as if they were truly towering trees. Moreover, most of the ancient trees were unfamiliar to them. They emitted an extremely dense aura of life, as if they were tree fairies. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the surrounding air was abnormally dense. Perhaps it could no longer be simply called spiritual qi. Although it was similar to spiritual qi, its quality clearly did not belong to the same level. This kind of fluctuation was countless times stronger than spiritual qi. Moreover, there was an extremely clear celestial aura mixed within. Just by standing there and sensing the special spiritual qi around them, they felt comfortable all over, and the pores on their bodies seemed to be about to open up. Then they stood there and looked into the distance. Soon they saw extremely majestic immortal mountains. Each of them was terrifyingly large, tens of thousands of times taller than the most majestic divine mountain on the myriad domains imperial planet. Further away, they saw a vast and boundless immortal river. Waves surged on the surface of the river, making rumbling noises. The natural force of the waves seemed to be able to shatter an eternal realm expert. This is the immortal domain. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. The Whooshing Crocodile and the little Taichu also widened their eyes. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene. It was too extraordinary. Roar! A beast roar sounded, and a 3-tailed bear with barbs all over its body rushed out. Its demonic eyes were cold, and it pounced on the man and the 2 beasts. In an instant, the ground around them shook and more than 10 demonic beasts of different forms rushed out in succession. All of them had extremely shocking demonic chi intertwined around their bodies. All of them looked at the man and the two beasts and pounced on them. They're all half-step true immortals. Lin Tian was shocked. The weakest of these demonic beasts was comparable to a half-step true immortal who had condensed one strand of immortal core power. The strongest among them was comparable to a half-step true immortal who had condensed 8 strands of immortal core power. They were only one strand away from reaching the true immortal level. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu both widened their eyes. In this ancient forest, more than 10 demonic beasts had casually rushed out, and the weakest of them was a half-step true immortal beast with one strand of immortal core power. This really shocked them. The demonic beasts rushed over with a rumble. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of them, bringing up waves of sand and dust. Lin Tian immediately attacked, waving his iron fist to meet the demonic beasts. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu also attacked, drawing out powerful demonic lights and bombarding them. Boom! Boom! The divine powers of the man and the 2 demonic beasts were shocking. They bombarded the demonic beasts that were pouncing on them, causing a series of violent explosions. Then they were surprised to find that each of these demonic beasts was shockingly powerful. They were far more powerful than the half-step true immortals they had encountered in the starry sky. With their powerful strength, they could have defeated a group of demonic beasts of this level in the starry sky in the blink of an eye. However, at this time they were in a temporary stalemate with these demonic beasts. Moreover, they discovered another thing. With the half-step true immortal level power that they had just unleashed, if they were in the starry sky, the surrounding void would have been distorted and shattered, unable to withstand such a powerful impact. However, in this place, the half-step true immortal level divine power that they had unleashed did not affect the surrounding void at all. Not to mention shattering the surrounding void. There was not even a trace of a ripple or distortion. Roar! The demonic beasts roared, each of them emitting a terrifying demonic chi. Their demonic bodies were frighteningly huge, and their strength was unparalleled. They were like the most primitive and ancient wild beasts. Lin Tian swung his fist to meet these half-step true immortal level demonic beasts. At this time, he could not help but become serious. The strength of his punch increased, and the tip of his fist faintly intertwined with lightning arcs. His aura was very intimidating. Boom! He restrained the strongest of the demonic beasts and sent it flying with a punch, causing a large amount of demonic blood to splatter everywhere. Then he continued to swing his fist and sent a few more powerful demonic beasts flying. At the same time, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu displayed their powerful divine power and sent several powerful demonic beasts flying each. This is too extraordinary. Whooshing crocodile stared with wide eyes. Each of the demonic beasts was shockingly powerful. They were much more powerful than the demonic beasts and humans of the same level in the starry sky. Indeed, Lin Tiandao, these demonic beasts were indeed extraordinary. Each and every one of them was very powerful. However, he, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were obviously even more extraordinary, especially himself. Although he had only condensed his first celestial core power, he was basically invincible under the true immortal realm. Therefore, the demonic beasts were naturally dealt with at this time. They were all sent flying, and none of them charged at them again. Obviously, these demonic beasts were very sensitive. At this time, they also felt that Lin Tian and the others were extraordinary. Let's go! Lin Tian glanced at these demonic beasts and called out to whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to leave. Soon, they walked far away from their previous position. Roar! This primitive ancient forest was extremely vast. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Various demonic beasts emerged endlessly in this forest. As they walked, they kept encountering demonic beasts one after another. Moreover, these demonic beasts were all extraordinary. The weakest one was comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of the eternal realm. Moreover, there were very few of them. Most of them were at the half-step true immortal realm. During this process, they even encountered several true immortal realm demonic beasts. The aura around their bodies was so strong that it was terrifying. They almost died several times. This is the legendary celestial realm. In this random barren mountain and ancient forest, demonic beasts of the half-step true immortal realm are everywhere. There are also quite a few true immortal realm demonic beasts. This is simply whooshing crocodile's heart palpitated. Or should I say, the place where we're staying just so happens to be a dense forest with powerful demonic beasts? It looks like a very ordinary ancient forest in the celestial realm. Lin Tiandao. Now, they did not doubt that this place was the celestial realm at all. An old drunkard had torn open a special void passage and sent them here. With an old drunkard's powerful strength, since he said that he was sending them to the celestial realm, it was naturally impossible for him to send them to other places. In the records of some ancient books in the starry sky, it was said that true immortal realm cultivators could be seen everywhere in the immortal realm. Therefore, it was normal for half-step true immortal realm ferocious beasts to be everywhere in a desolate ancient forest. He glanced around and said, "Let's go out first and find a place where human cultivators gather to understand the situation in the celestial realm." They were undoubtedly in the celestial realm now. In the future, they would have to cultivate and experience in the celestial realm. However, they knew too little about the situation in the celestial realm. They only knew that there were many experts in the celestial realm. They knew nothing about the division of the celestial realm and the distribution of forces. Therefore, it was not good. They had to understand all kinds of basic information about the celestial realm. "Yes, we have to understand first. Let's go," whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He followed a direction and walked out of the ancient forest. After that, they naturally encountered many powerful demonic beasts. All of them had astonishing demonic chi. Fortunately, the current strength of the two beasts was not bad. As long as they were not directly attacked and hunted down by existences at the true immortal realm or above, they would not be in any danger. Therefore, the many powerful demonic beasts they encountered were all dealt with in the end. Not long after, they were walking in the desolation ancient forest. They actually saw a vast lake. There were surging waves rolling on the surface of the lake, emitting rumbling sounds. White waves splashed in all directions. Uft! The surging waves rolled, and a human figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the lake. It was a young cultivator. The aura on his body was chaotic and weak. He was covered in blood, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were all slightly moved. They did not expect a cultivator to suddenly rush out from under the lake. The young cultivator who rushed out of the lake naturally saw Lin Tian and the others and immediately rushed over. Fellow cultivator, help. Chapter 1530. The young man who rushed out from the bottom of the lake was dressed in a brocade robe. As he rushed toward Lin Tian and the others, he looked back in a panic. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were slightly shocked. This young man was actually a cultivator who was half a step away from the true immortal realm. Boom! The surface of the lake boiled as a ferocious beast emerged from the bottom of the lake. Its body was covered in bull-sized black scales, and it had dozens of octopus-like tentacles. It was more than 200 feet tall and exuded a terrifyingly powerful demonic aura. A true immortal realm ferocious beast. Lin Tian and the others were shocked again. The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. The young man who rushed out from the bottom of the lake was covered in blood. At this time, he rushed out of the lake and landed in front of Lin Tian and the others. "Fellow Taoist, please save me." After saying this, the young man collapsed. After using all his strength to rush to Lin Tian and the others, his aura had weakened to the lowest point. It was difficult for him to even move. Boom! The waves rolled. The ferocious beast in the lake had huge eyes that were filled with ferocity. The true immortal realm demonic aura surged, setting off a monstrous wave that pressed toward them. It enveloped the young man in brocade along with Lin Tian and the others. "Kid, hurry up and dodge," Whooshing crocodiles said. Under normal circumstances, a true immortal realm ferocious beast was not something that they could stop at their current level. Lin Tian naturally knew this. He looked at the young man in brocade beside him and lifted him up. Then, together with Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, he moved horizontally into the distance. Now that the young man in brocade was next to him and was asking for help, he naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. Whoosh! Golden light flashed. He took the young man in brocade with him and moved at an extremely fast speed. Together with Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, he moved several hundred feet away, avoiding the terrifying waves of the true immortal realm ferocious beast that rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Roar! The true immortal realm ferocious beast roared. Its fierce eyes stared at the young man in brocade and Lin Tian and the others. Dozens of tentacles shot out like dozens of sharp divine arrows mixed with the true immortal realm ferocious beast's aura, very oppressive. Again, Lin Tian, Whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu, and dodged all the tentacles' attacks. "Let's leave this lake area." Lin Tian. He called out to the 5 elements crocodile and little grand primordium, and brought the brocade-robed young man with him as they flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The ferocious immortal mortal of the sea was of the fairy crocodile. The waves were very oppressive. Mixed with the ferocious beast's terrifying strength, it directly crushed many ancient trees in the area. Like a wave of death, it pressed towards Lin Tian and the others. At the same time, the ferocious beast of the true immortal realm, ferocious beast, stepped out of the great lake. After the wave of death, its body chased after Lin Tian and the others. F***CK. Damn it, it clearly lives in the water, but it actually stepped out of the lake to chase after us. Isn't it afraid of being burned to death due to lack of water? Whooshing crocodile cursed. Of course, it did it on purpose. It knew that a ferocious beast of this level would not be affected even if it left the water. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Tianyao. He used the duality steps. Golden light intertwined around his body, enveloping Whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. Together, they avoided the waves. Whoosh! 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 The true immortal level ferocious beast roared, and dozens of tentacles shot out. Each tentacle contained an astonishing amount of power, and its aura was very sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. Obviously, it had taken the young man in embroidered clothes and Lin Tian's group as its prey and wanted to devour them all. Moreover, its speed suddenly increased by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between it and Lin Tian and the others. Dozens of tentacles quickly pierced towards Lin Tian and the others. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lin Tian and the others. Strands of true immortal demonic power were mixed in the tentacles, causing the group to be shocked. At this time, it was already too late to dodge. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. He held up the Xian Luo immortal sword and used it to perform the heavenly sword scripture, slashing out dense sword lights. At the same time, the Whooshing crocodile held up the soul-shattering awl, and the little Taichu held up the Emperor's shattering seal. They were both true immortal artifacts, and they activated an astonishing amount of divine light. Together with the dense sword lights that Lin Tian slashed out, they pressed down on the dozens of tentacles of the true immortal ferocious beast. In an instant there was a rumbling sound, and 3 majestic forces surged out, shaking off the dozens of tentacles of the true immortal ferocious beast. Moreover, even the true immortal ferocious beast's body shook slightly. The young man in embroidered clothes was surprised. Lin Tian and the others had true immortal artifacts. Precious weapons of this level were very valuable. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. Lin Tianyi held the young man in embroidered clothes in one hand and the Xian Luo immortal sword in the other. Once again, he slashed out dense sword lights, like a rain of swords, towards the true immortal ferocious beast. Of course, he did not do this to hurt the true immortal ferocious beast. He only did this to confuse and disturb the opponent, so as to buy time and opportunity for his group to escape. "Let's go," he said. The moment he slashed out the sword lights, he called out to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu, and they quickly rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had covered tens of thousands of feet, rushing towards the end of Tianji like lightning. The true immortal ferocious beast that stepped out from the bottom of the great lake shook its tentacles, shattering the dense sword lights that Lin Tian had slashed out. When it looked again, Lin Tian and the others had already rushed further away, disappearing into the horizon. Roar! It let out an angry roar, and the rolling sound waves surged, shaking a large area of the nearby ancient trees into pieces. After shaking off the true immortal ferocious beast that had rushed out from the Great Lake, Lin Tian led the young man in embroidered clothes, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had moved even further away. After about 10 breaths, they had stepped out of the primitive ancient forest. "We're finally out safely." The whooshing crocodile breathed a sigh of relief and put the true immortal tool's soul shattering all back into his body. That primitive ancient forest was really dangerous. Lin Tian put down the young man in embroidered clothes, and then put away the true immortal Tool Xian Luo immortal sword. "Thank you, my friend. I can't thank you enough." The young man thanked Lin Tiandao. After being carried by Lin Tian for such a long time, although he was still severely injured and extremely weak, he still had some ability to move. Lin Tian shook his head. "You're welcome. I'm Du Qingzhou. Thank you for saving my life, my friend." The young man in embroidered clothes was a little weak, and then he said, "I came out to train myself, and my home is not far from here. My friend and your 2 companions, please come to my home to rest. I can't repay you for saving my life, but at least let me take care of you and your 2 companions." Lin Tian paused and then nodded with a smile. "Okay, then I'll bother you." Now he, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu had just entered the immortal domain, and they didn't know much about the immortal domain. At this time, Du Qingzhou invited him to the Du family as a guest, which could be said to be an opportunity. They could learn some basic information about the immortal domain from the Du family, so it would be convenient for them to travel in the immortal domain in the future. How can it be a bother when my savior is going to be a guest? Du Qingzhou shook his head and enthusiastically led the way for Lin Tian and the others. At the same time, he asked Lin Tiandao, "How should I address you, my friend?" Lin Tian. Lin Tian said simply, "So it's Brother Lin." Du Qingzhou said, "This time it's really thanks to Brother Lin and your 2 companions' help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been buried in the stomach of that ferocious beast." "You're welcome," Lin Tian said with a smile. Du Qingzhou led the way for him, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. The group flew in the air and headed northwest. After more than 2 hours, a relatively flat mountain appeared in front of them. There was a huge manor covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and all the buildings were very restored. In front of the manor, there was a huge plaque in front of the main gate with a big Du character engraved on it. "We're here. It's just a small house. Brother Lin, please don't mind," Du Qingzhou said with a smile. "Not at all. Its aura is extraordinary." Lin Tiandao. He wasn't flattering him, but telling the truth. Although this manor was far less than some of the major forces in the starry sky, its aura was very amazing. It was a bit stronger than several of the major forces in the starry sky. He, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu followed Du Qingzhou and went straight into the manor of the Du family. As soon as he entered the manor of the Du family, he felt an extraordinary aura. The landscape and layout of the manor were more exquisite than many of the major forces in the starry sky. Du Qingzhou led Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu to a luxurious hall in the manor. "Brother Lin, please wait for a moment. Your savior is here. I'll go and inform my father and elders to accompany you," Du Qingzhou said with a smile. Then, Du Qingzhou walked out of the hall. Lin Tian looked around the hall. There were many ancient paintings hanging in the hall. They were all rare masterpieces. At the same time, there were a few pots of ancient flowers placed in the hall. They were called spirit tranquility plants. The flowers bloomed often and naturally emitted a faint fragrance. They could help cultivators maintain a calm Tao heart at any time. They were very extraordinary. It was rare to see one or two of them in the starry sky. He had only seen descriptions of these flowers in ancient books, but he didn't expect the Du family to have so many of them. Moreover, these flowers seemed to be very ordinary to the Du family. They were placed in the hall like potted plants. It should be said that there are many ordinary spirit tranquility plants in the immortal domain, so the Du family doesn't take them seriously. He muttered to himself. He, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu waited quietly in the hall. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Du Qingzhou had returned, and his complexion was much better than before. It seemed that he had taken some kind of healing panacea. 7 middle-aged men appeared with him, and all of them were true immortals. The one in the middle was the most powerful. He was at least at the middle stage of the true immortal realm, and his qi and blood were vigorous. "It's them," Du Qingzhou said to the 5 middle-aged men. At this time he looked at Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu. He was no longer as polite as before. There was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian frowned. Naturally, he could see the change in Du Qingzhou's attitude. The other 7 middle-aged men were also not friendly. "Take the initiative to hand over your true immortal artifacts, and I'll leave your corpses intact." Chapter 1531. Listening to the middle-aged man in the middle, who came with Du Qingzhou, Lin Tian's face suddenly sank. At this time, he would be a fool if he still didn't know what was going on. Du Qingzhou saw that he, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu all had true immortal weapons, so he led them to the Du family manor in the name of returning the favor. Then he told the real powerhouse of the Du family that he wanted to kill them and take their treasures. He tilted his head and looked at Du Qingzhou with cold eyes. Just for 3 true immortal weapons, this person who he had just saved wanted to kill him and take his true immortal weapons. "Don't look at me like that. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Don't you understand the principle of not showing your wealth? Don't you know that you don't guard against people after showing your wealth? You're really stupid." Du Qingzhou smiled mockingly and said, "Although the 3 true immortal weapons are not very amazing divine objects, their value is not bad. They can be kept in my Du family's treasury to increase my Du family's strength. I advise you and those 2 animals by your side to obediently hand over the true immortal artifact and the other treasures as well. That way, I'll give you a quick death on account of the fact that you've saved my life before." He looked at Lin Tian with a mocking expression and was quite proud of himself. "Son of a bitch." The 5 elements crocodile looked at Du Qingzhou, his eyes emitting a cold light. "Son of a bitch." Little Taichu angrily echoed whooshing crocodile's words. Du Qingzhou's face suddenly sank, and he said coldly, "Who are you calling a son of a bitch? Clean your mouth for this young master." "Yes, Sir Crocodile and the little guy are wrong. Calling you a son of a bitch is an insult to the creatures of dogs. Ungrateful trash, like you can't even compare to maggots in the cesspool," Whooshing Crocodile said coldly. Du Qingzhou's face sank, and his eyes became extremely sinister. He stared at Whooshing Crocodile like a poisonous snake and said, "You're courting death." "All right, from the looks of it, they don't seem to be willing to hand it over. Kill them and we'll get it ourselves. Next to Du Qingzhou, a middle-aged man in a green robe spoke. He was one of the 7 big shots of the Du family and was at the early stage of the true immortal realm. At this moment, he directly reached out his hand and enveloped Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu within it. Then he mercilessly slapped down. Merely 3 half-step true immortals who have condensed 1 strand of celestial core. How dare you insult my Du family's descendants in my Du family? Its outstretched hand covered the surroundings. Its pure physical strength was extremely shocking, sealing off all paths of retreat for the human and the 2 beasts. There was a cold light in Lin Tian's eyes. He raised his hand and punched the man's hand. In the blink of an eye, his fist collided with the green-robed, middle-aged man's big hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the green-robed, middle-aged man could not help but tremble. Then, like a scarecrow, he was sent flying hundreds of feet away and smashed into 3 of the Du family's pavilions. Such a scene caused the other 6 middle-aged men of the Du family and Du Qingzhou's expressions to change. Lin Tian was clearly only at the half-step true immortal realm and had only condensed 1 strand of celestial core. But now, he had sent one of their Du family's true immortals flying with a single punch. He's only at the half-step true immortal realm, but his pure physical strength is actually comparable to a true immortal's. Interesting. The strongest middle-aged man of the Du family stared at Lin Tian. He was Du Qingzhou's father and the master of the Du family manor. At this moment, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, it was very shocking. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the true immortal realm, and his qi and blood were very vigorous. He's just a strong physical body. His cultivation is still only at the half-step true immortal realm. His real combat strength is not worth mentioning. Next to him, another middle-aged man said. At the same time, the other middle-aged men of the true immortal realm were no longer shocked, and their eyes became cold again. Du Qingzhou looked at Lin Tian, and the shock in his eyes turned into a sinister light. He said, "His physical body is so strong that it's comparable to a true immortal's. Later on, when we suppress him, we just have to erase his divine soul and refine his physical body into a puppet. It will be a very good human-shaped weapon. Qingzhou, this is a good idea. Refine him into a puppet and place him in front of our Du family. He will be a good guard servant." One of the 7 middle-aged men in a black robe said. He was at the early stage of the true immortal realm and ranked 5th among the big shots of the Du family. Lin Tianlong looked at these people coldly, and his eyes were somewhat cold. "It seems that you want to be annihilated very much," Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Little Taichu was angry and glared at Du Qingzhou and the other middle-aged men. "Annihilate? Are you saying that you can annihilate our Du family?" Du Qingzhou sneered. "Even if someone at the peak of the true immortal realm comes, he will only end up dead in our Du family. You dare to say such words in my Du family? Are you so scared that you're about to die?" Wuxing Crocodile looked at Du Qingzhou, and his demonic eyes were cold and merciless. Lin Tian looked at Du Qingzhou, and his eyes were also very cold. Boom! Outside the main hall, divine energy vibrated, and the green-robed old man of the Du family who was sent flying rushed back in the blink of an eye. Little B** starred. At this time, the man looked at Lin Tian, and his face became a little pale. His eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. He was a true immortal, but he was sent flying by a half-step true immortal. It was a kind of humiliation. "I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." As the man spoke, he directly raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian again. Moreover, this time he did not simply attack with pure physical strength. Instead, he intertwined the aura of a true immortal. "Seventh brother, don't shatter his physical body. Just suppress him and erase his soul, and refine his physical body into a puppet." The current head of the Du family said, "As for the other 2 B** stards, you can directly take the true immortal weapon and kill them." "Okay, The green-robed old man who attacked responded coldly. The true immortal divine light surged and sealed every corner of the surroundings. The giant palm of divine energy came to the top of Lin Tianyi and the others in the blink of an eye. Its aura was strong and oppressive. Its cultivation was at the early stage of a true immortal, but its aura was stronger than the first true ancestor of the Manwei dynasty, who was about to reach the middle stage of a true immortal. In the face of this man's pressure, Lin Tian's expression did not change. There was only coldness and indifference. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of a weapon reverberated, and a battle spear rushed out of Lin Tian's body. The sound of the weapon was deafening, and it directly shook out a dazzling cold light, mixed with appalling killing intent, and rushed straight ahead. With a puff, the green-robed old man's big hand was directly shattered. Then, the cold light that rushed out of the battle spear did not slow down. Its speed was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the green-robed old man's head. Ah! With a piercing scream, the green-robed old man's body exploded. His divine soul struggled in the broken flesh and blood, trying to escape, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, it was crushed by the cold light of the battle spear, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Suddenly, in the hall, the head of the Du family, the other middle-aged men, and Du Qingzhou all changed their expressions greatly. A true immortal of their Du family was killed with one blow. They looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger, and then their eyes fell on the battle spear in front of Lin Tian, and their expressions changed again. This is... The head of the Du family and the others trembled together. They all felt the terror of the battle spear beside Lin Tian, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. That kind of terrifying aura made the head of the Du family, a mid-stage true immortal, feel a wave of fear. You actually... Du Qingzhou's face turned pale. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian, a half-step true immortal, to have such a terrifying battle spear on him in addition to a true immortal weapon. It made his divine soul tremble, as if it would crack in the next moment. Beside Lin Tian, the battle spear flickered with a faint light. The law of the immortal Tao intertwined, and a terrifying murderous aura surrounded the spear. Before reaching the immortal king realm, the only chance to use it was wasted by a group of trash like you. He looked at the people of the Du family, and his eyes were cold. Then he looked at Du Qingzhou, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed. The strength of the Du family was very strong. With the current strength of him, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, it was impossible to resist. Even if Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu each had a supreme elixir that could increase their battle strength by 10 times, it was useless. After all, there was a mid-stage true immortal expert in the Du family, whose battle strength was much stronger than theirs. At the same time, when he entered the Du family, he found that there was a very exquisite array in the Du family, which was comparable to the killing array of the golden immortal level. Even a peak true immortal could not resist it. Therefore, at this time he could only take out the battle spear that an old drunkard gave him. Only this flawless immortal king-level weapon could protect him, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu at this time. An old drunkard had said that there was a seal in the battle spear. Before he reached the immortal king realm, he could only use this battle spear once. After using it once, the seal that an old drunkard left in the battle spear would automatically open and seal the battle spear, turning this immortal king-level battle spear into an ordinary weapon. Other than its hardness, everything else would be sealed. He had just entered the immortal realm and saved a cultivator from the mouth of a true immortal level beast. Then the other party repaid his kindness with enmity and led him here to kill him and seize the true immortal artifacts on him, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Because of this, he had wasted the only chance to use the battle spear before he reached the immortal king realm. This made him extremely angry. Clang! He looked at the people of the Du family in front of him and grabbed the battle spear beside him. With a shake, another killing light flew out. The killing light was extremely fast, and its power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, It passed through the forehead of the black-robed, middle-aged man. Poof! For a moment, blood splattered. The black-robed, middle-aged man in the early true immortal level did not even have time to scream before his body directly exploded. Even his true immortal level divine soul was shattered by the killing light, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. Such a scene made the Du family head and the others, as well as Du Qingzhou, tremble even more. In just the blink of an eye, 2 true immortals of the Du family were killed. Moreover, they were killed in a single blow. Form the dragon sealing formation and trap him. Seize that battle spear. The Du family head said in shock and anger. Chapter 1532. The Tao pattern floated in the air and was cast by the head of the Du family and the other 4 Du family perfected immortals. They formed a huge Tao formation, trapping Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu within. Every corner of the formation was sealed by the perfected immortal formation. Good, they can't come out now. Being in this formation, their mobility will be greatly limited. It will be tens of thousands of times more difficult than usual. They might even be unable to move. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill them, the 3rd eldest of the Du family said. As he spoke, he directly rushed into the dragon sealing formation and grabbed at Lin Tian. 3rd uncle, take the battle spear first, then suppress him. Torture him well, then erase his divine soul and make him into a puppet servant. Du Qingzhou said in a sinister voice. The dragon sealing formation was a very powerful combined attack formation. It was cast by the 5 perfected immortals of the Du family. He believed that Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were already unable to move. Even with that powerful battle spear, it would be useless. Got it. The 4th eldest of the Du family said. At this moment he appeared in front of Lin Tian and directly grabbed the battle spear. Take it, clang. The ear-piercing sound of a weapon reverberated, directly interrupting the 4th eldest of the Du family. At this moment Lin Tian made his move. The battle spear in his hand pressed down like a long rod, smashing the 4th eldest of the Du family, who was rushing in front of him, into pieces. His divine soul was also annihilated under this attack. 4th brother. The Du family head and the others were shocked. Under this attack, the 3rd perfected immortal of the Du family was killed. In the blink of an eye, his body and divine soul were destroyed. Du Qingzhou said in a trembling voice, How is this possible? Wasn't he trapped by the dragon sealing formation? How can he still move? This is impossible. You want to trap us with this trashy formation. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian shook his battle spear, and a ring of immortal light intertwined, directly annihilating all the Tao patterns in the surroundings. Just now, when the Du family patriarch and the others formed the dragon sealing formation, he just stood there and looked at them coldly without moving. The Du family people thought that he was trapped by the dragon sealing formation. However, with an immortal king level ancestral immortal artifact in hand, how could a dragon sealing formation formed by a few true immortals trap him? That was simply a joke. He looked at the head of the Du family and Du Qingzhou. With the spear in his hand, he approached them step by step. The Du family patriarch and the others couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Lin Tian approaching with his spear, a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Their backs and internal organs couldn't help but become ice cold. Du Qingzhou, in particular, could not help but stagger backwards. His legs and stomach began to tremble involuntarily. Family patriarch, what happened? A voice sounded. Lin Tian and the others were fighting in this place, which naturally alarmed many people in the Du family. At this time, many people rushed to this place. When they saw Lin Tian approaching the Du family patriarch and the others with his spear, the several shattered halls and pavilions, and the traces of blood in the surroundings, the people who rushed to this place all changed their expressions. Facing Lin Tianyi, approaching step by step, the Du family patriarch and the others all retreated all the way to the courtyard outside the hall. Activate the Manor Protection Immortal Formation. The Du family patriarch roared. As soon as he finished speaking, this middle-aged man was the first to move. The other middle-aged men also moved together, each forming a mysterious seal. Then, in the blink of an eye, a dense array of divine patterns appeared in the manor of the Du family. A mystical array was activated. Not only were there simple array patterns, but there were also Tao patterns intertwined within it. It was very extraordinary. As the array was activated, it only took a moment for the Du family's manor to be completely enveloped. Every inch of the void in the Du family's manor was filled with an austere aura. Rays of killing light emerged from the Du family's manor. Seeing the dazzling rays of killing light and feeling the fierce killing intent, the Du family patriarch's expression relaxed a little. The gaze he looked at Lin Tian with became cold again. He said eerily, "Once the Du family's Manor Protection Immortal Formation is activated, even if a half-step true immortal is inside, he will only be killed. Today, you all." Clang! The sound of a weapon was ear-piercing, once again interrupting the Du family patriarch's words. Lin Tian shook the spear in his hand and casually swept it. A ray of immortal light flew out and instantly shattered the Du family's immortal formation. In an instant, the Du family patriarch and the others' expressions changed drastically. "No, impossible!" several people exclaimed. The Du family's Manor Protection Immortal Formation, the most powerful trump card of the Du family, was destroyed so easily. At the same time, the people who came from other parts of the Du family's manor were also shocked. This person is... What's going on? Why is this person acting so recklessly in the Du family? Who is he? The people of the Du family who came at this time did not know why Lin Tian attacked in the Du family's manor, forcing the Du family patriarch and the others to activate the Du family's immortal formation. However, when they saw Lin Tian destroy the Du family's immortal formation, they all trembled. How terrifying was it to be able to destroy the Du family's immortal formation that could kill a half-step golden immortal with one blow. Lin Tian held his spear and ignored the people of the Du family who came at this time. His eyes only fell on the Du family patriarch, the three middle-aged true immortals, and Du Qingzhou. His eyes were cold as he looked at Du Qingzhou. Like a flash of lightning, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Du Qingzhou. "You!" Du Qingzhou trembled violently and retreated in shock and fear. At the same time, the Du family patriarch and the others naturally knew that Lin Tian was going to attack Du Qingzhou, so they attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian shook the spear in his hand, releasing a wave of immortal light. The Du family patriarch and the others were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Then he raised his left hand and slapped Du Qingzhou. Ah! Du Qingzhou screamed, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. He was slapped to the ground. Lin Tian raised his leg and stomped on Du Qingzhou's chest. Immediately, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. Quite a few cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Du Qingzhou screamed again with blood gushing out of his mouth. "Young master." At this time, the people of the Du family who rushed to this place were shocked when they saw the scene. However, no one dared to step forward to save Du Qingzhou by attacking Lin Tian, because these people just saw Lin Tian holding the spear and shattering the Du family's protective array that could kill a half-step golden immortal with one strike. He also easily sent the Du family patriarch and the others, who were true immortals, flying. So, how could they, who were below the true immortal realm, dare to step forward? If they really rushed forward, they would definitely die. In another position, 4 waves of immortal Tao divine power rushed up. The Du family patriarch and the others who were sent flying rushed back. "Let him go." Du family patriarch saw Lin Tian stepping on Du Qingzhou and saw Du Qingzhou screaming with blood flowing from his mouth and nose. His eyes immediately turned red. The powerful aura of a mid-stage true immortal erupted. He took out a true immortal weapon and attacked Lin Tian crazily. At the same time, the other three true immortals of the Du family also rushed together, each of them supporting an extremely powerful true immortal divine power. Lin Tian looked at these people. His movements were very simple. He held the spear and casually swept it away. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Du family patriarch's true immortal weapon was directly shattered into pieces. Then, with a bang, Du family patriarch was sent flying again. His powerful true immortal physique was instantly tattered. At the same time, the true immortal divine powers of the other three true immortals of the Du family were all annihilated. They were also sent flying, smashing into the Du family's attics, one after another. Sand and dust splattered all over the Du family's residence. The other members of the Du family trembled, and their faces turned pale. Lin Tian did not care about the Du family patriarch and the others at this time. His cold gaze fell on Du Qingzhou under his feet. Du Qingzhou's mouth and nose were bleeding. When he met Lin Tian's gaze, he could not stop trembling. His eyes were full of fear. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Let me go, he said in a trembling voice. Let your mother go. Whooshing crocodile cursed from the side. His eyes were cold. Like what you said before, you can't die peacefully even if you want to. Before you die, I'll torture you properly. Yeah. Little Tai Chu glared at him and echoed. He was very angry. Lin Tian did not say anything. He looked down at Du Qingzhou with a cold and merciless gaze. He stepped on Du Qingzhou and crushed a few of Du Qingzhou's ribs, causing Du Qingzhou to scream again. Back then, when he was on the ancient planet Tonghung, he saved a person. After that, he was betrayed by that person, causing a top force on the ancient planet Tonghung to hunt him down. Now he had just entered the celestial realm and saved Du Qingzhou. The other party was even more sinister than that person on the ancient planet Tonghung. The moment he was saved, he immediately led him to the Du family manor and lured the Du family patriarch and the others to kill him. The purpose was only to seize the true immortal artifacts on him, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. He held the battle spear in his right hand, and divine light surged in his left hand. He used the four-symbol seal to seal the flow of Du Qingzhou's divine power. Then, 3 thumb-sized bugs appeared. With a wave of his hand, he directly sent the 3 bugs into Du Qingzhou's body. Suddenly, Du Qingzhou trembled violently. Then, he let out an incomparably shrill scream. His entire body could not stop twitching. What did you do to me? Ah, Du Qingzhou screamed. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. The 3 bugs he sent out were based on the blood-eating goo worms of the insect clan in the 10 Directions celestial realm. They had the same characteristics as the real blood-eating goo worms. Once they were sent into the body of a living being, they would slowly devour the living being's flesh and blood. Moreover, the process lasted for a very long time and was extremely painful. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Divine light intertwined in his left hand again, condensing into an elixir seal and sending it into Du Qingzhou's body. This elixir seal was a secret technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It could increase the pain of living beings by tens of thousands of times. Ah! Du Qingzhou immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. His eyes were bloodshot in the blink of an eye. He struggled painfully under Lin Tian's feet, his cheeks twisted in pain. Kill me! Kill me! Chapter 1533. The blood-eating parasitic worms ran amok in his body, devouring his flesh and blood. It was extremely painful, and the pill seal that Lin Tian used increased the pain by tens of thousands of times. Under the situation where the flow of Du Qingzhou's divine power was restricted, Du Qingzhou did not have the slightest ability to resist. The heart-wrenching pain caused Du Qingzhou to scream miserably, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ah! Along with the ear-piercing scream, small holes could be seen on Du Qingzhou's body, and blood flowed out. The flesh and blood in those places were completely devoured by the blood-eating parasitic worms that Lin Tian created with his divine power. Young master! Seeing this scene and seeing Du Qingzhou's miserable appearance, the experts of the Du family were all terrified. That's how it should be. I'll torture you to death. You trash! Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Being repaid kindness with enmity was something that had happened before, but it was still infuriating to experience it again. Ah! Du Qingzhou screamed miserably in extreme pain. Lin Tian looked down at Du Qingzhou with a cold expression. Qingzhou! A furious roar sounded. Not far away, the head of the Du family, who was sent flying, rushed back again. Seeing Du Qingzhou's miserable appearance at this time, his body could not help but tremble. Father, save me, save Ah! Du Qingzhou cried for help, and then screamed miserably again, having 3 blood-eating parasitic worms devour his flesh and organs bit by bit in his body, and with a pill seal that magnified the pain of the blood-eating parasitic worms devouring his flesh and blood by tens of thousands of times. This kind of torture could be said to be inhumanly difficult, and it was really too painful. The head of the Du family was furious and directly rushed over. Lin Tian stood beside Du Qingzhou, 1 foot on Du Qingzhou's chest, and looked indifferently at the head of the Du family rushing over. Beast, get out of my way! The patriarch of the Du family roared at Lin Tian. With his mid-stage true immortal cultivation base, he fully activated his true immortal level mystique. He also pushed his own immortal Tao laws to the limit. He unleashed a terrifying killing force, crushing down on Lin Tian with the force of the heavens. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he didn't move at all. He waited until this person's killing intent surged in front of him before he made a move. He swung the battle spear in his hand and simply pierced forward. With a hiss, the true immortal's divine ability and law of the immortal Tao that the patriarch of Du family had unleashed were instantly shattered by the flawless ancestral immortal artifact. Then, with a poof, the immortal power around the battle spear surged, and it directly pierced through the chest of the Du family head who was charging over. Ah! The Du family patriarch screamed miserably. Being pierced through by an ancestral immortal battle spear was not a pleasant feeling at all. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and the battle spear in his hand shook violently. A vast killing force erupted from the battle spear and rushed straight into the patriarch of Du family, directly causing his physical body to explode. Moreover, even his spirit body was destroyed at the same time. After all, although the patriarch of Du family was not weak, he was only a mid-stage true immortal cultivator. In the face of a flawless ancestral immortal artifact of immortal king level that was about to mature into a quasi-true immortal weapon, how could he possibly withstand it? Big brother! In the distance, the other 3 true immortals of Du family trembled in unison. At the same time, the other members of Du family were also trembling. Their patriarch was killed in a single blow, just like that. Many people trembled in fear. Lin Tian stepped on Du Qingzhou, who was howling in pain, and swept his battle spear at the 3 true immortals of Du family. He used his divine power to imprison Du Qingzhou on the spot, causing him to continuously suffer the pain of the blood-eating parasitic worms devouring his flesh and blood, as well as the pain amplified tens of thousands of times by the magical pill seal. Then, with the battle spear in hand, he walked toward the 3 true immortals of Du family. These people knew that he had saved Du Qingzhou's life, but they still wanted to kill him, the Wuxing Crocodile, and the little Taichu with Du Qingzhou. They wanted to steal their true immortal weapons and turn him into a puppet. Naturally, he would not let these people go. As Lin Tian walked toward them, the 3 true immortals of Du family trembled and could not help but stagger backward. Their eyes were filled with fear. The killing power of Lin Tian with the battle spear was simply too terrifying. He had killed several early-stage true immortals of Du family, destroyed the protective formation of Du family, and even killed the patriarch of Du family a mid-stage true immortal with a single blow. You. Don't mess around. My third brother of Du family is an elder of True Treasure sect, one of the 10 strongest sects in Taining province. If you mess around again, I will definitely kill you one day, one of them said fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was cold, as if he did not hear anything. He sped up and arrived in front of the person who spoke in the blink of an eye. Clang! He shook the ancestral immortal artifact battle spear in his hand and thrust it straight forward. It was like the birth of a divine dragon, and nothing could stop it. In an instant, it shattered the divine light of the true immortals around the person who spoke and pierced straight through his chest. Ah! The true immortal of Du family who spoke screamed. Then, in the next moment, his true immortal physical body exploded on the spot. His spiritual body was also crushed by the peerless killing power contained in the ancestral immortal weapon battle spear. You still dare to attack us? In this bloodline, the other 2 true immortal experts were trembling. They had already brought out the true most powerful expert of their Du family's generation, an elder of one of the 10 most powerful sects of Peace Province, Primal Chaos Treasure Sect. However, Lin Tian still mercilessly killed him, leaving them both shocked and furious. At the same time, the feeling of fear grew stronger. I don't care who you are. You repaid our kindness with enmity and killed us. How can we let trash like you live? Wuxing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian did not say anything. Holding the ancestral immortal weapon battle spear, he closed in on the last 2 true immortals of Du family. The last 2 true immortals of Du family trembled as they felt Lin Tian's killing intent. They were surrounded by fear. They looked at each other and immediately retreated. They did not care about Du Qingzhou, who was howling in pain, nor did they care about the other people in Du family's manor. They directly rushed out of Du family's manor, wanting to escape from Du family's manor. Lin Tian's aura with the battle spear was too terrifying. He did not care about the strongest person of Du family at all. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die. There was no way they could stop Lin Tian with the terrifying battle spear. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all as he watched the 2 flee. With a jolt of the battle spear in his hand, a large expanse of divine light rippled out, instantly sealing off the Du family's manor. With a bang, the 2 fleeing Du family true immortals were knocked back. The 2 true immortals of Du family were knocked back. They trembled violently and their cheeks turned pale. Their eyes were full of fear. Lin Tian held the battle spear and walked towards the 2. Little brother, please have mercy, one of them said, pointing at Du Qingzhou, who was howling in pain in the distance. It's this little bastard who repaid kindness with enmity. You should just kill him. No, we will do it ourselves. Clean up the house. Yes, it's all this little bastard's fault. The other person pointed at Du Qingzhou. Using the strongest person of Du family was useless. At this moment, the 2 began to beg for mercy. Neither of them wanted to die. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and his pace did not change. He held the battle spear and walked forward. Clang! He shook the battle spear in his hand. Immortal light intertwined the tip of the spear, and he pressed it straight forward. The 2 true immortals of Du family were shocked, angry, and terrified. There was no way to dodge, and they could only attack. They both used their powerful true immortal mystiques and immortal Dao laws. However, their true immortal mystiques and immortal Dao laws were weak in the face of the ancestral immortal battle spear. They were all crushed in the blink of an eye. Puff! Blood splattered. The ancestral immortal battle spear landed on one of the true immortals and immediately smashed him to pieces. Even his soul was shattered. In the blink of an eye, only one true immortal was left in Du family's manor. His face was frighteningly pale, and he trembled. Don't kill me. Little brother, please have mercy. The true immortal begged Lin Tian, frantically begging for mercy. Lin Tian's expression was cold. There was no way he would show mercy. The ancestral immortal weapon in his hand bloomed with immortal light, and he pressed down mercilessly again. Ah! The last true immortal in Du family's manor screamed. He was crushed by the battle spear on the spot, and his soul exploded as well. In an instant, the people of Du family trembled in fear again. In such a short period of time, the 6 powerful true immortals of Du family's generation were all killed in Du family's manor. Ah! A miserable howl resounded as blood continuously flowed out from Du Qingzhou's body. The 3 blood-devouring parasites were running amok in his body, devouring his flesh and organs. They had already bitten his body to the point that it was in tatters, and there were even more holes in his body. Through these holes, one could faintly see the 3 parasites tearing apart his flesh, and the scene was extremely horrifying. "Kill me! Kill me!" Du Qingzhou howled. When they saw this scene, the crowd from the Du family shuddered. How cruel was this scene! How terrifying was it! Lin Tian looked at Du Qingzhou, and then turned to look at the other people of Du family. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the people of Du family trembled in fear. What are you going to do to us?" Someone said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian glanced at these people and did not care. Then he looked at the wailing Du Qingzhou, who was imprisoned on the ground. He called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and walked toward the center of Du family's manor. There should be many ancient books in Du family that described the immortal realm. He wanted to get them and have a basic understanding of the immortal realm. At the same time, there should be many treasures in this branch, and he wanted to take them with him. In this branch, the head of Du family and several big shots, who knew that he had saved Du Qingzhou's life, still wanted to kill them and take their true immortal artifacts. How could he be polite? As for the other Du family members, except for Du Qingzhou and the head of Du family, as long as they did not do anything to them, he would not kill them casually. He would not care about them. Ah, don't go. Kill. Kill me. Kill me quickly. Du Qingzhou howled miserably. Lin Tian did not change his pace. He let Du Qingzhou howl miserably on the ground and endure the inhumane torture of having his flesh and organs devoured bit by the blood-eating parasitic worms. Not long after, he arrived at the center of Du family's manor with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. He pushed open the door to a secret room. Inside, there were many exquisite treasures piled up. There was a very rich medicinal fragrance in the air, and the man and the 2 beasts were slightly moved. Immortal comprehension grass, a treasure that can help condense celestial core power. Chapter 1534. The immortal comprehension grass contained many fragments of the immortal path. It was a rare treasure. Refining it and absorbing the fragments could help a half-step true immortal condense celestial core power at an astonishing speed. Lin Tian looked at the purple immortal comprehension grass. There were more than 90 of them in the Du family's secret room. Together with some other natural treasures, it should be enough for each of us to condense a second strand of celestial core power. He said, the immortal comprehension grass was extraordinary, but it was impossible for a half-step true immortal to condense a strand of celestial core power. Fortunately, there were enough of them in the Du family's secret room, and they could barely condense a second strand of celestial core power. Aside from the immortal comprehension grass, there were many other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the room. Although they were not very valuable, they were still quite valuable. With a wave of his hand, he swept up an expanse of divine light and collected all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Let's go look at other places. There should be some Baodan treasured weapons. Take them all, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the secret room. Not long after, he opened a few more secret rooms and took many Baodan treasured weapons. They were all extraordinary. Finally, the man and the 2 beasts came to the place where the Du family stored the ancient books. It was a pavilion, and there were many ancient books inside. They were filled with jade bookshelves. From here, you can get a general overview of the celestial realm. Whooshing Crocodile said. With Lin Tian in the lead, they walked into the pavilion where the Du family stored their ancient books. His divine sense swept through the pavilion, and he flipped through 3 ancient books that described the immortal realm. From these 3 ancient books, he quickly gained a basic understanding of the immortal realm. The immortal domain was divided into prefectures, and each prefecture was many times larger than the myriad domain imperial star in the starry sky. The number of prefectures in the immortal domain was uncountable, just like the stars in the starry sky. Besides the countless large provinces, the immortal domain had countless seas, boundless deserts, and various ancient, restricted areas. Even if it was an immortal king realm expert, it would be impossible for him to truly travel through the entire immortal domain in his lifetime. To put it simply, the immortal realms were boundlessly vast and boundless. In the immortal domain, the spiritual energy that cultivators usually absorbed from the air for cultivation was no longer as simple as the spiritual energy in the starry sky. The spiritual energy in the air of the immortal domain was mixed with the aura of immortals, which was called immortal spiritual energy. Its quality was completely incomparable to ordinary spiritual energy. The difference was like heaven and earth. For a simple comparison, it could be said that the energy contained in a small strand of immortal spirit chi in the immortal domain was more powerful than the total amount of spirit chi contained in a complete divine vein in the starry sky. Moreover, there was another point, that was that the space in the celestial realm was extremely sturdy. If one wanted to shatter the space in the celestial realm, one had to at least have the cultivation of the mysterious immortal realm. If one wanted to tear the void and move like in the stars in the starry sky, one had to at least have the cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, the distance one could move was very limited. No wonder the ferocious beasts in the ancient forest were at least at the eternal realm. Moreover, the power they possessed far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level in the starry sky. It turns out that the spiritual energy in the celestial realm is immortal spiritual energy that far surpasses spiritual energy. It would be strange if one didn't cultivate with this level of immortal spiritual energy. Also, no wonder the void didn't even ripple when we used the power of a half-step true immortal. It turns out that the space in the celestial realm is so sturdy. Whooshing Crocodile was astonished. The vastness of the celestial realm was astonishing, but it was still somewhat vague. However, the 2 points that the spiritual energy in the celestial realm is immortal spiritual energy that far surpasses spiritual energy, and the space in the celestial realm is incomparably sturdy, were very clear, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Cultivating in an environment where immortal spiritual energy intertwines, even a cultivation idiot can achieve great success. No wonder some ancient books in the starry sky said that in the celestial realm, cultivators at the level of true immortals are nothing. They are everywhere. It ground its teeth. It could be said that the creatures born in the celestial realm really had a unique advantage on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian was also surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, the celestial realm was a legendary world that was higher and more vast than the starry sky. If ordinary spiritual energy was floating in here, and if the space in here was as fragile as the space in the ordinary stars in the starry sky and could be easily shattered, then it would be somewhat unreasonable. He paused for a moment and opened some other ancient books about the celestial realm. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu followed him to read. They had a deeper understanding of this vast world, and then they learned more. This legendary world of the celestial realm could be said to be a place where thousands of clans stood in great numbers. Billions of bloodlines coexisted, and countless sects and clans gathered in this celestial realm, performing an unparalleled grand occasion. Cultivators at the level of true immortals were really nothing in this celestial realm, and there were countless of them. At the same time, they also learned that their group was now in an area called Peaceful Province in the celestial realm, and this peaceful province was a very inconspicuous province among the countless provinces in the celestial realm. There were tens of thousands of sects and clans in the province, and forces like the Du family were completely nothing in this peaceful province. Previously, an old guy from the Du family said that their third son was cultivating in some primal chaos treasure sect, and that he was an elder of the primal chaos treasure sect. That primal chaos treasure sect. What level is it among the many forces in this peaceful province? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian flipped to the back, and then quickly had a general understanding. Among the tens of thousands of sects and clans in this peaceful province, the primal chaos treasure sect strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10. It was unusually powerful. The weakest disciple in this sect was at the Eternal Realm, and the elders were all golden immortal experts. In other words, the third son of the Du family is at the golden immortal level. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, "We killed the Du family master and several other true immortals of the Du family. Du Qingzhou will also be dead, and we took away all the accumulation of the Du family. When the third son of the Du family knows about it, he will definitely deal with us. This is a pattern of making a golden immortal enemy. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. It's no big deal. Those who deserve to be killed should be killed. Even if there is an emperor god behind them, they will still be killed." Lin Tiandao. Grandpa Crocodile likes your strong appearance. Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. One man and two beasts walked in the attic where the Du family stored ancient scriptures. They read more ancient scriptures about the immortal realm, focusing on various things about the peaceful province. After all, they were now in the peaceful province. At the same time, they also learned another point. That was, in this immortal realm, people who were less than 1,000 years old were considered the younger generation. Whether in the starry sky or the immortal realm, little Taichu and I are the younger generation. Lin Tian looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Whether in the starry sky or the immortal realm, you are considered an old man. I have to admit that you are old. You are old. Little Taichu looked at Wuxing Crocodile, echoed Lin Tian's words, and blinked his big eyes. F***CK, you two bastards. Wuxing Crocodile immediately cursed. Lin Tian laughed loudly as he walked through many places in this pavilion. After that, he collected all the ancient books in this pavilion. There were many powerful divine abilities and secret arts within these ancient books, and when put together, they could be considered as a shocking treasure trove. "Let's go," he said. Now, in this Du family manor, they had put away all the valuable things. There was no need to leave them. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked out of the center of the Du family and walked out of the Du family manor. Soon they were far away. Ah! A shrill scream reverberated in the Du family's manor. In front of them, Du Qingzhou was lying on the ground, imprisoned by the divine light, unable to move. His body was covered in blood, and more than half of his body was in tatters, exposing his bones. Nearby, many people of the Du family were watching. Everyone's face was pale, and no one came forward to help. First, they did not dare to, because they knew that it was Lin Tian who imprisoned Du Qingzhou here. Lin Tian was still in the Du family manor, and they were afraid of angering Lin Tian. With the divine power that Lin Tian had shown before, they were afraid that if they helped Du Qingzhou, it would cause them to be in trouble. Second, and most importantly, the power that Lin Tian used to imprison Du Qingzhou was mixed with the power of the ancestral immortal weapon battle spear. With the strength of these ordinary people of the Du family, it was impossible for them to break free and help Du Qingzhou. At this time, these people saw Lin Tianyi and the others coming from the center of the Du family manor, and they could not help but tremble. The scene of Lin Tian killing the Du family head and the others was still echoing in their eyes. Ah! Du Qingzhou screamed shrilly. His body was covered in blood, and his flesh had been bitten to pieces. Most of his organs had been shattered. "You're screaming quite happily." Wuxing Crocodile sneered at Du Qingzhou's miserable appearance. Lin Tianling glanced coldly at Du Qingzhou, then at the other members of the Du family. Without saying anything, he called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu and walked out of the Du family manor's gate. At this moment, Du Qingzhou was still alive, but he could no longer live. His soul had been severely damaged, and his life essence had begun to extinguish irreversibly. Even if a god-level powerhouse came, they would not be able to save him. He would continue to suffer endless pain and then slowly die. This process would last for more than 2 hours. Don't go, kill me. Kill me. Du Qingzhou looked at Lin Tian, screaming and begging Lin Tiansha to kill him. The pain was unbearable, and his whole body was trembling. Lin Tian's pace did not change, and he did not pay any attention to him. He called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and they quickly walked out of the Du family manor. Ah! Du Qingzhou's shrill screams continued to come out of the Du family manor. Lin Tian and the others did not pay attention to him, and they flew into the sky, heading towards the Du family manor. After more than 2 hours, they were very far away from the Du family manor, and they entered a large mountain. Inside, the roars of beasts shook the sky. Let's find a secluded place and refine the immortal enlightenment grass. We'll condense the second strand of celestial core power. Lin Tian said. Chapter 1535. Inside the mountain, the beasts' roars were startling. Lin Tian, 5 Elements Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu traveled among them. Soon after, they found a small cave. The space inside was about 3 meters tall and 20 square meters. Lin Tian waved his hand and took out all the 90 or so immortal enlightenment grass he had obtained from the Du family. He also took out some other treasures. With these treasures and the 90 or so immortal enlightenment grass, they would be able to condense their second celestial core power. Let's begin, he said. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu nodded. Without hesitation, they immediately activated their respective ancient scriptures and began to refine the immortal enlightenment grass and treasures. Suddenly, Tao light involuntarily circled around their bodies. Moreover, it grew stronger at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian paused for a moment. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to refine the immortal enlightenment grass and treasures. Buzz! Outside his body, the Tao light of the Thunder Immortal Way intertwined. As he refined the immortal enlightenment grass and treasures, the Tao light became thicker and thicker. The immortal enlightenment grass could not directly allow a half-step true immortal to condense new celestial core power. Instead, it contained many Tao fragments. It could very quickly help a half-step true immortal to comprehend the Tao and condense new celestial core power. As Lin Tian refined the immortal enlightenment grass and treasures, the Tao light of the Thunder Immortal Way outside his body became thicker and thicker. Then he spread out his divine thought. In the blink of an eye, he sensed the existence of the Thunder Immortal Way floating between heaven and earth. He immersed his divine thought into the Thunder Immortal Way between heaven and earth. After the initial comprehension, he began to understand this immortal way on a deeper level. Then, because he was refining the immortal enlightenment grass, his comprehension of this immortal way was astonishingly fast. In just 3 days, his understanding of the Thunder Immortal Way had deepened. At this time, he began to draw out the origin Tao seal of the Thunder Immortal Way again. This time, it was stronger than the previous one. He drew out the origin Tao seal of the Thunder Immortal Way and integrated it into his body. Then he combined it with the divine power in his body to condense it. Just like that, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the second origin Tao mark of the Thunder Celestial Tao was refined by his divine power and turned into a second strand of celestial origin. This second strand was brighter than the first, and it floated next to his life essence. When the second strand of celestial origin energy was successfully condensed, there was a boom and a powerful force spread out from his body. Done! He muttered to himself as a faint light flashed across his eyes. After refining a few dozen stalks of immortal enlightenment grass and combining them with some other natural treasures, He successfully condensed his second strand of celestial core power in 6 days. His battle strength was slightly stronger, and his true immortal aura and the precepts of the immortal Tao had also become stronger. Of course, this kind of strength was only compared to when he condensed his first strand of celestial origin energy. Compared to a true immortal expert, his current true immortal aura and immortal Tao Law aura were still weak like the light of a firefly. Boom! Boom! Beside them, 2 other powerful divine powers surged, carrying the aura of a true immortal and the laws of the immortal path. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu condensed their second immortal essence at almost the same time. How refreshing! Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. After condensing its second strand of celestial origin energy, it clearly felt that it was much stronger than before. Little Tai Chu blinked its big eyes. Faint, 6-colored divine lights intertwined around its body, and its essence, energy, and spirit were also much stronger. Let's consolidate our realm first. Lin Tiandao. At that moment, the man and the 2 beasts once again circulated their respective ancient scriptures. 3 different kinds of divine lights were vast and mighty in this mountain cave. After a full day, the man and the 2 beasts stopped at the same time. Their current cultivation had been thoroughly consolidated. Lin Tiandao stood up and stretched his body, making a series of crackling sounds. The surface of his body was naturally intertwined with thunder and lightning arcs, and then they automatically concealed themselves. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu flapped their wings, and the divine lights outside their bodies were quickly absorbed into their demon bodies. That's right, kid. How's the battle spear? Is it really like what the old pervert said, that it was sealed after only 1 use? Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao at this time, although it had heard from an old drunkard that there was a seal in the battle spear, and once it was used once, the seal would be opened, sealing the battle spear and turning it into an ordinary battle spear. Only when Lin Tiandao reached the Immortal King realm would he be able to break this seal. However, since Lin Tiandao had already used the battle spear once, it couldn't help but have a trace of expectation, hoping that the battle spear wasn't sealed. After all, that battle spear was really very tyrannical and terrifying. It's sealed. Lin Tiandao waved his hand and took out the battle spear. There was no light on the spear, and there was no trace of Immortal King realm aura or immortal Tao Law. Apart from its hardness, there wasn't much difference between it and an ordinary battle spear. What a pity! If this battle spear wasn't sealed, we could completely dominate those below the Immortal King realm. Whooshing Crocodile was a little disappointed. There's nothing to pity. Relying on the power of external objects is only temporary. The most important thing is still to rely on oneself. Lin Tiandao said and put away the battle spear again. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Master Crocodile naturally knows. After saying that, it sighed again and said, "Speaking of which, your master is so perverted that he scared me to death. We have all kinds of fortuitous encounters along the way, harvesting all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Our cultivation speed can be considered to have soared, but compared to your perverted master's cultivation speed, it's not worth mentioning. According to the strength that perverted master displayed before, a conservative estimate should be at the true God realm." It was just a wisp of divine thought, but it was able to seize the flawless ancestral immortal artifact of the terrifying black-robed old man and force him to destroy half of his soul to escape. Such strength made Whooshing Crocodile feel a chill down its spine. The old man is called a Heaven's Pride for a reason. Lin Tiandao. A Heaven's Pride. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. That old perverted master really perfectly interprets the meaning of the word heaven. Very powerful. Next to him, Little Tai Chu also couldn't help but let out a childish voice. Inside the cave, the space was a little dim. Lin Tiandao paused, then called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu out of the cave. Walking out of the cave, they walked in the mountains of this place. All kinds of ancient trees grew very thick and abundant. It was even more amazing than the ancient forest in the immortal realm at the beginning. All kinds of ferocious beasts roared inside, and the sound waves resounded through the sky. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and a tyrannical demonic power surged out. Not far away, dozens of brown-haired ancient apes rushed over. Their eyes were dark red, and their demonic power was surging. Their aura fluctuated, and the weakest one was comparable to the experts in the starry sky who condensed 5 strands of immortal core power. The strongest one was comparable to a powerful existence who condensed 8 strands of immortal core power. Its demonic power was terrifying. The immortal realm is really full of tyrannical creatures. Compared to the immortal realm, the starry sky is simply too weak. Whooshing crocodiles sighed with emotion. Among the group of 8 monsters that rushed over, the weakest one was comparable to a powerful cultivator who condensed 5 strands of immortal core power. This was really shocking. And this place was an ancient forest in the most remote tranquility province of the immortal realm. Lin Tiandao also felt the same, but he didn't say much. His expression was calm as he watched the dozens of 8 monsters rush over. Rumble. The dozens of 8 monsters were about 10 feet tall, and they moved in a group. As they rushed over, the ground shook loudly and sand and smoke splashed up. Let's do it. Let's test our combat power after condensing the 2nd strand of immortal core power. Lin Tiandao said. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lord Crocodile has the same intention. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice, agreeing with this very much. Let's go. Lin Tiandao, the man, and the 2 beasts immediately moved, directly fighting with the dozens of ferocious apes that rushed over. For a time, the demonic light and divine light intertwined. In this place, the surrounding ancient trees were shaken off one by one. The void was still very stable, and there was no trace of ripples. Boom! 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 The dozens of 8 monsters were very powerful, and they knew how to attack together. The majestic demonic power surged towards the man and the 2 beasts again and again. However, Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were not ordinary cultivators. Their combat power was already very strong. Now that they had condensed the 2nd strand of immortal core power, they had become even stronger, especially Lin Tiandao. He was truly invincible among the half-step true immortals. With just the simple strength of his physique, he blasted away everything. In the blink of an eye, he defeated all the powerful 8 monsters. Most of the 8 monsters fled in fear, and a few were killed on the spot, their corpses lying on the ground. Little Taichu stared at the corpses of the 8 monsters, blinked, and then looked at Lin Tiandao, his eyes flashing. Lin Tiandao smiled. Yes, I understand. In the past, he had roasted a few spirit beasts in his spare time. The little guy was very happy at that time, squeaking continuously. Now, the little guy looked at the corpses of the 8 monsters, and then looked at him with his sparkling eyes. It was obvious that he wanted him to roast some meat. Immediately, he dragged one of the 8 monsters' corpses away. Soon after, he lit up a bonfire in a relatively safe and quiet place and roasted the 8 monsters' flesh. The flames burned on the 8 meat, making sizzling sounds from time to time. Drops of hot oil slowly slid down the lines of the golden 8 meat that had been roasted. When they touched the flames, they made even louder sizzling sounds. In the blink of an eye, a crispy aroma filled the air. Little Taichu looked at the golden 8 meat that had been roasted. His big eyes flashed and he almost drooled. Lin Tiandao smiled again. You can move now. He cut off a part of the roasted 8 meat and gave it to Little Taichu. Then he cut off a piece for himself and Whooshing Crocodile. After the 8 meat was roasted, it was crispy and tempting. Little Taichu's big eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons. He bit the 8 meat that Lin Tiandao had roasted with a happy expression. To be honest, the taste is really not bad. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, Of course it's not bad. After all, I roasted it. Lin Tiandao smiled and said. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He looked forward, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1536. Lin Tian was a little moved by the sudden appearance of the purple-clothed girl. Even with his current cultivation, he didn't know when this girl had stood in that position. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu also noticed the purple-clothed girl. This girl, when did she arrive? The whooshing crocodile was also moved. Just like Lin Tianyi, he also revealed a look of astonishment. The purple-clothed girl was very beautiful. Her figure was graceful, and she looked otherworldly. She stood a few feet away and stared straight at the golden ape meat that had already been roasted over the bonfire. She didn't even blink, and her eyes were full of light. Lin Tian. This expression was exactly the same as the little Taichu's when he wanted to eat roasted meat. He paused and asked the girl, "Do you want to eat some?" Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl nodded vigorously. It looked like she was waiting for him to ask this question. Lin Tian blushed with shame again. He then gave a piece of ape meat to the girl. The girl's clothes and temperament were extraordinary, but she wasn't particular about it. She directly took the meat with her hands, opened her mouth, and took a bite. Soon after, she made mm sounds. Like the little Taichu, she narrowed her eyes and looked happy. Soon, the ape meat that Lin Tian gave her was completely devoured by her. You made it? That's amazing. She looked at Lin Tian, her big eyes sparkling. Her hands and the corners of her mouth were glistening with golden oil. As she spoke, her eyes fell on the roasted ape meat over the bonfire. It was obvious that she wanted to eat more. Lin Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl and the little Taichu could compete. If you want to eat, help yourself. No need to be polite, he said. He had roasted an entire monster ape, so there was a lot of it. Yes, yes. The girl nodded repeatedly. She really didn't hold back. With a whoosh, a small dagger appeared in her hand. She cut off a piece of roasted ape meat and made sounds again. Lin Tian. The bonfire burned in this place, and sizzling sounds continuously rang out as it burned on the ape meat. The young girl swallowed 9 large pieces of roasted meat in a row and was finally completely satisfied. The expression on her face became even more blissful. This little girl can really eat. Whooshing crocodile stared at the 9 pieces of ape meat. Each piece was the size of a bowl. The girl wasn't embarrassed at all. It's my first time eating this kind of thing. It's very novel and fragrant. She was not surprised that Whooshing Crocodile could speak, because he was a cultivator and his cultivation was not weak. Thank you, you did a good job. She looked at Lin Tian and said, Then my name is in Shui, and as in safety and water as in rain. Father said that when I was born it was raining heavily and there was water everywhere, so I named myself Shui. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. He's so casual. He's definitely his father. Lin Tian wanted to laugh a little. However, the name and Shui wasn't bad. It was quite pleasant to hear. And Shui didn't quite understand Lin Tian's words, but she didn't care too much. She asked Lin Tiandao, "Oh, this place isn't far from the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Are you guys also preparing to join the Purple Shao Treasure Sect?" "You're going to the Purple Shao Treasure Sect?" Lin Tiandao. He had read about the Purple Shao Treasure Sect in the ancient books collected by the Du family. It was a very powerful sect in the Taining province, not weaker than the Hanzhen Treasure Sect. Together with the Hanzhen Treasure Sect, Xian Ji Treasure Sect, Blazing Flame Treasure Sect, Red Cloud Treasure Sect, Dark Ink Treasure Sect, Crimson Treasure Sect, Golden Feather Treasure Sect, Blazing Flame Treasure Sect, Red Cloud Treasure Sect, Dark Ink Treasure Sect, Crimson Treasure Sect, Golden Feather Treasure Sect, Blazing Wind Treasure Sect, and Peaceful Immortal Treasure Sect. They were known as the top 10 sects of the Taining province. They were the top 10 forces in the province, with many disciples and a long history. Yes, the Purple Shao Treasure sect isn't weak. Most importantly, this branch, together with the Hunjian Treasure sect, Xianji Treasure sect, Blazing Flame Treasure sect, Red Cloud Treasure sect, Darking Treasure sect, Crimson Treasure sect, Golden Feather Treasure sect, Blazing Wind Treasure sect, and Peaceful Immortal Treasure sect, they jointly control a mystical ancient land in the Tai Ning province. The ancient land opens once every 10 years and lasts for about 6 months. Only the disciples of the top 10 sects are qualified to enter. There are many treasures and opportunities. Most importantly, it is said that there is a mysterious dragon armor, which is said to be forged from the skin of a true dragon. And Shui said, "The mysterious dragon armor is forged from the skin of a true dragon." Lin Tianyi was shocked. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were also shocked. Over the years, with the continuous improvement of their cultivation, they had read many ancient books from the more powerful worlds in the starry sky. They gradually learned a lot. Back then, some of the ancient books in the 10 Direction Sky domain recorded that the true dragon was an unparalleled saint spirit of the chaotic emperor realm. In fact, that wasn't the case at all. A true dragon was at least above the true god realm, overlooking the heavens and earth and reigning supreme over all beasts. It was also because of this that the true dragon blood in the black dragon's body didn't awaken after he entered the heavenly master realm. He couldn't transform into a true dragon because he was still too far away from the true level of a true dragon. Now he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were shocked to hear that there was a mysterious dragon armor forged from the skin of a true dragon in an ancient land in the Tai Ning prefecture. An armor forged from the skin of a true dragon. If that was the case, then the mysterious dragon armor was definitely invaluable. It was countless times more powerful than the immortal king grade spear that he had. "Is there really such a rumor?" he asked in Shui, and Shui was slightly stunned by his words. "Yes, there is. Don't many people in the immortal realm know about this? You don't know about it?" She looked at Lin Tian, feeling a bit astonished. "I don't know. I have always been cultivating in the deep mountains. I only came out with 2 partners recently." Lin Tian casually found an excuse. He, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had just entered the immortal realm from the starry sky. Although they knew a lot of basic information about the immortal realm, they didn't know about some specific things. Naturally, they didn't know anything about the mysterious dragon armor. "You've been cultivating in the deep mountains until now? You're so hardworking. Don't you feel bored?" And Shui muttered. Then she continued, "This rumor has been around since ancient times, and it's true. The mysterious dragon armor does exist in the ancient land. However, no one has ever found it. Many big shots have entered the ancient land to search for it, but in the end, no one succeeded." Lin Tian was slightly shocked. Was the mysterious dragon armor so difficult to find? It was clearly in a fixed area, but from ancient times until now, no one had ever found it? At the side, the 5 Elements alligator and Little Taichu were also a little shocked. "And Shui, I'll ask you one more time. Does the mysterious dragon armor, forged from the skin of a true dragon, really exist in the ancient land?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "It does exist. It's just that it's very difficult to find." And Shui nodded. This made Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu even more surprised. "You went to the Purple Shao Treasure sect to enter the treasure land through the Purple Shao Treasure sect to find the mysterious dragon armor?" Lin Tian asked. "I did go to the Purple Shao Treasure sect to enter the ancient land through the Purple Shao Treasure sect, but not to find the mysterious dragon armor. That thing is too difficult to find. Since ancient times, so many big shots couldn't find it. I don't think I can find it." And Shui was very generous. She didn't hide anything and said, "I want to go there to find a kind of rare immortal lotus. It's very difficult to find it in other places, but it's said that the ancient land has that kind of immortal lotus. You know how to refine medicine?" Lin Tian was quite curious. "I don't know how to do it, but my great-grandfather knows how to do it. The old man has been very interested in alchemy these years. Not long ago, he obtained the recipe for an unusual pill. The core ingredient is the immortal lotus, but we don't have it at home, and it's hard to get it anywhere else. That's why the old man put the recipe aside for now. Now, the Purple Shao Treasure Sect is recruiting disciples, and the ancient land will open in a few months, so I came here. I must find that kind of immortal lotus in the ancient land and send it back to the old man as a gift. The old man will be very happy. And Shui said. Lin Tian heard this and couldn't help but smile. You're quite filial. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Moreover, my grandfather loves me very much. And Shui said. Then she asked Lin Tiandao again, are you going to the Purple Shao Treasure Sect? I didn't have this idea before, but now I can go and take a look. I'll try to find the mysterious dragon armor in the ancient land. Lin Tian said, not hiding anything. He was telling the truth. He did want to go to the ancient land in the peaceful province to look for the mysterious dragon armor. After all, that armor was made of true dragon skin, and its defensive power was unparalleled. If he could find it, the benefits would naturally be great. It would be easier for him to pass through the heavenly tribulation in the future. Moreover, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu had just entered the immortal realm. It was a very good choice to choose to enter a sect to cultivate at this early stage. That thing, some immortal king-level experts entered the ancient land, but they couldn't find it. You're really ambitious. And Shui rolled his eyes. This is called being ambitious. Lin Tian said with a smile. Yes, you're really ambitious. And Shui rolled his eyes again, and then he was quite happy. Then let's go together. I just came out from home alone, and I don't know anyone outside. Okay, let's go together. Lin Tiandao. Not long after, he and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu left the place where they roasted the ape meat and went in a fixed direction, heading towards the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Their speed wasn't slow, and the Violet Carefree Treasure Sect wasn't too far away from where they were before. Just like that, they flew through the air, and after roughly 3 days, they arrived before a vast group of celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, the celestial mountains were filled with dense, immortal spiritual qi. Majestic palaces stood horizontally, and floating islands were everywhere. There was also a waterfall hanging upside down in the distance, intertwined with a faint rainbow light and celestial birds flying by. We've arrived at the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Chapter 1537. Lin Tian looked at the immortal mountains in front of him. Each immortal mountain was very tall and was surrounded by white clouds. It was very extraordinary. As for the Purple Merciless Treasure Sect, which was located in the middle of the Celestial Mountains, its palaces and floating islands were even more impressive. Compared to it, some of the top forces on the ancient Tonghung star were like dust, as expected of a sect in the immortal domain. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. This Violet Carefree Treasure Sect was merely a major force in the most remote, peaceful province of the immortal realm. It couldn't be compared to the sects in some of the more powerful provinces, but it was actually so extraordinary. It really made it difficult for him not to be surprised. Yes, the scale is very grand. Wuxing Crocodile said. Little Taichu blinked and nodded his little head, showing the look of agreement. Let's go in. And Shui said. Lin Tian nodded and walked into the immortal mountains with Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. Soon, they arrived in front of the main gate of the Purple Ease Treasure Sect. There was a vast and flat area in front of the main gate of this branch. There were many immortal herbs and exotic flowers growing here. At this time, there were many cultivators gathered here. Each of them had extremely strong blood qi, and the weakest among them was at the Eternal Realm. Are these people all here to join the Purple Ease Treasure Sect? He asked in Shui. That should be the case. After all, these few days just so happen to be the day that Purple Shao Treasure Sect is recruiting disciples. At this time, These people have gathered here in such an orderly manner. Clearly, they are here to join Purple Shao Treasure Sect. And Shui said, At this time, dozens of old men flew out of the Purple Ease Treasure Sect with a swishing sound. Each of them had a strong blood chi. One of them glanced at the cultivators in the area. With a wave of his hand, light flashed and dozens of stone stairs appeared. Each of them had a total of 99 stairs, and they were covered with black and white array runes and Dao runes. What is this? Lin Tian asked in Shui, and Shui stared at him. You don't even know about this? I don't know. Lin Tian was telling the truth, and Shui rolled his eyes and explained. This thing is called the Immortal Ascension Ladder. It is forged from a special kind of strange stone, together with strange array patterns and Dao patterns. It is used to sense the strength of a cultivator's source of potential. Only those who are above the eternal realm can climb up the ladder. The more runes one has on the ladder, the stronger the source of potential of the cultivator. Since ancient times, whether it is the big sects or small forces in the immortal domain, they have all used the Immortal Ascension Ladder to select their disciples. She continued, To be more specific, those above the eternal realm who climb the Immortal Ascension stairs will be able to reach the true immortal realm in the future. Those above the 30th step will be able to reach the golden immortal realm in the future. Those above the 50th step will be able to reach the mystic immortal realm in the future. Those above the 70th step will be able to reach the heavenly immortal realm in the future. Those above the 90th step will be able to reach the immortal king realm in the future. Those above the 99th step will be able to reach the divine realm and above. Lin Tian nodded and said, Oh, I understand. You rascal. Why are you always hiding in the mountains to cultivate? You don't even know such basic things. And Shui rolled his eyes again. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, the old man who had raised the Immortal Ascension stairs spoke again. He glanced at the crowd of cultivators and said, To join my sect, you must first go through a test. As for the rules, I'm sure all of you already knew about them before you came. That is, those who climb the Immortal Ascension stairs over the 30th step will be able to join the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of cultivators became very calm. Obviously, it was as the expert from the Purple Shao Treasure Sect had said. Before these cultivators came here, they already knew the rules of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect's assessment. After all, this was not the first time the Purple Shao Treasure Sect was recruiting disciples. Moreover, the requirements for recruiting disciples were the same for the past generations. Only those who were able to climb more than 30 steps above the Immortal Ascension stage would be able to become a disciple of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect and enter to cultivate. At this time, these people stared at the Immortal Ascension stairs. Most of them slightly clenched their fists, waiting to ascend. Okay, let the test begin. The old man from the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect announced. At that moment, all the cultivators in the area rushed towards the Immortal Ascension stairs. Lin Tian and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had arrived a little later and were at the back of the queue. At this time, they saw hundreds of thousands of people taking the test. However, in the end, among these hundreds of thousands of people, only a little more than 1,000 managed to climb the 30th step. Moreover, they only barely managed to climb the 30th step. Over there, someone has climbed the 50th step. This is true. Climbing the 50th step of the Immortal Ascension stairs. That means that he will become a Xian immortal in the future. Exclamations of shock could be heard all around. The crowd of cultivators was shocked as they looked at one of the Immortal Ascension stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a young man in yellow robes. At this time, he had reached the 51st step. Even the dozens of old men from the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect couldn't help but be shocked. Climbing the 50th step of the Immortal Ascension stairs would allow one to reach the Xian immortal realm. However, in the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect, The strongest person was only at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. On the immortal ascension stairs, the young man in yellow robes reached the 51st step. His forehead was covered in sweat as he continued, climbing with difficulty. Finally, when he reached the 53rd step, he couldn't take it anymore and retreated. He reached the 53rd step of the immortal ascension stairs. This is a future Xian immortal. So strong! If I can climb the 50th step of the immortal ascension stairs, that would be great. In the future, I can also become a Xian immortal. Many people stared straight at the young man in yellow robes. Hearing this, the young man in yellow robes revealed a proud expression as he walked towards a designated area. That area was tens of thousands of square meters. It was the area where the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect's cultivators who had passed the test would stand. At this moment, there were about 1,000 cultivators standing there. They were the group of cultivators who had reached the 30th step of the immortal ascension stairs. Brother, you're really amazing. Yeah, you actually reached the 53rd step. You can become a Xian immortal in the future. Congratulations. Seeing the young man in yellow robes walk over, many people in the area greeted him warmly. The young man in yellow robes walked into the area with an arrogant expression on his face. He glanced at the 1,000 cultivators in the area and then walked to a spot far away from them. He crossed his arms and ignored everyone. This caused the expressions of the 1,000 over cultivators to stiffen, especially those who had spoken to the yellow-robed young man warmly. Their expressions turned ugly, while many others revealed looks of displeasure. From this scene, they could tell that the yellow-robed young man did not care to speak to them, nor did he care to stand with them. This was because they had only barely crossed the 30th step of the immortal ascension stairs, while the yellow-robed young man had crossed the 50th step of the immortal ascension stairs. He's really arrogant. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Lin Tian glanced at the area and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. And Shui glanced at the young man in yellow robes and curled his lips. You're narrow-minded and self-righteous. You're just a Xian immortal. What's the big deal? It's just that Taining Prefecture is small and remote, and there aren't many outstanding people. Many people think that becoming a Xian immortal is already invincible, but in reality it's nothing. Xian immortals can be found everywhere outside of Taining Prefecture. Moreover, this is only the test of origin potential. Although he can become a Xian immortal in the future, how long will that be? What if it's tens of millions of years later? It's not something to be proud of. Next batch, come forward and take the test. A shout sounded. Batch after batch of cultivators came forward. Soon it was Lin Tian and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu's turn. 2 people and 2 beasts stepped forward and stepped onto the same immortal ascension stairs. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu stepped onto the 35th step. They looked at each other and stepped back at the same time. At this height, they didn't feel any pressure at all. They could continue climbing, but they were too lazy to do so. After all, stepping onto the 30th step was considered to have passed the test. There was no need to continue climbing. They walked to the area designated by the Purple Shao Treasure Sect for those who had passed the test and looked at the immortal ascension stairs. And Shui was still climbing. When he reached the 49th step, he stopped and began to step back. This lass isn't simple at all. She didn't even use the slightest bit of effort when she reached the 49th step. After that, it's obvious that she's like us. She intentionally didn't continue climbing. If she had continued, not to mention the 50th step, even the 70th step, or even the 90th step, wouldn't have been difficult for her. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed its eyes and said in a voice that only Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and Lin Tian could hear. Lin Tian nodded silently. Naturally, he also saw this. In this area, many of the other cultivators also saw the scene of and Shui stepped onto the 49th step and then stepped back. Many of them couldn't help but shake their heads. What a pity. She was only 1 step away from reaching the 50th step. She's only one step away from becoming a Xian immortal. Someone sighed, and Shui stepped down from the immortal ascension stairs and went straight to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. I passed. Congratulations, congratulations. Lin Tian said with a smile. Congratulations to all of you two. However, from the beginning, I believed that all of you would pass the test. Of course, I also believed that I would pass. And Shui said with a smile. At this time, they were standing in the special area designated by the Purple Shao treasure sect for those who had passed the test. They stood together with the other thousands of people who had passed the test, chatting and laughing. It's only the 30th and 40th steps, and you're already so happy. How short-sighted. A discordant voice came from afar. Chapter 1538. Lin Tian looked at the yellow-robed young man who spoke from afar. He glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. Idiot. Wuxing Crocodile mocked. Outside the Purple Harmony treasure sect, there were many cultivators. Batch after batch of cultivators ascended the immortal ascension stairs. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. All the cultivators who came here had finished their assessment. Among the millions of cultivators, only a little more than 5,000 passed the assessment. Among the 5,000 that passed, only the yellow-robed young man reached the 50th step. The rest were between the 30th and 50th step. Of course, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, little Taichu, and Shui were the exceptions. They purposely did not reach the 50th step. Those who did not pass the test all had disappointed expressions on their faces, after which they quickly left. After all, since they failed the assessment, there was no reason for them to stay here. Congratulations on passing the assessment. From today onwards, you will be the new batch of outer sect disciples of the Purple Harmony treasure sect. One of the elders who rushed out spoke. Looking at Lin Tian and the thousands of people, he waved his hand and a large amount of divine light appeared. Every ray of divine light was a nameplate and a jade slip. These nameplates are the symbol of your identity as outer sect disciples of the Purple Harmony treasure sect. As for these jade slips, they contain some basic information about the Purple Harmony treasure sect. Now, go to the outer sect disciples' residence and choose your own residence. Then, cultivate seriously. If that's the case, go, the elder said in the end. Yes, the thousands of disciples who passed the assessment answered. Then they entered the Purple Harmony treasure sect in an orderly manner. Among them, most of them were filled with excitement. Now, they were disciples of the Violet Firmament treasure sect, one of the 10 most powerful treasure sects in the Tranquil province. With the identity of a disciple of the Violet Firmament treasure sect, they would be feared by many cultivators in the Tranquil province in the future. They would treat them politely and warmly, which was a good thing. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, little Taichu, and Shui were walking together. Among them, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were not required to take part in the Immortal Ascension Stairs test because they were demons. As long as Lin Tian passed the test, they could enter together with Lin Tianyi. It was just that they wanted to give it a try. Oh, I'll go and choose my residence first. You guys go and choose yours too. I'll look for you guys later. And Shui said to Lin Tiandao. In the Violet Firmament treasure sect, the female and male disciples' residences were separated. Okay, you can go. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. And Shui nodded and followed the other female cultivators in another direction. That was the female cultivators' residences. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked straight ahead, heading towards the male outer sect disciples' residences. They naturally knew where the residences were. The jade slip given by the elder of the Violet Firmament treasure sect included these things, as well as the general situation of the Violet Firmament treasure sect and the sect rules. They walked in a fixed direction, and soon after, they arrived at a secluded area. It occupied an extremely large area, and within it there were independent pavilions one after another. Every single one of them was extremely luxurious, and they all had their own courtyards. They were extremely extraordinary. Furthermore, the distance between each of the independent pavilions and courtyards was very large, at least 500 feet or more. The environment is really good, and this is only the outer sect disciples' residences. I wonder how luxurious the inner sect disciples and true disciples' residences will be. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. From the jade slip given by the elder of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect, the disciples of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect were divided into 3 levels. They were the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples. The residences were separated from each other. The higher the level of the disciple, the more extraordinary their residences were. Among them, the true disciples even had their own independent immortal peaks as their residences. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu walked into this area and walked forward, looking at the pavilions. The pavilions here looked the same on the outside, but the patterns of the earth veins and the environment were different. I choose this one. This one is mine. I choose this one. There were thousands of disciples who passed the assessment of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. Among them, male disciples accounted for 80% of them. At this time, many voices floated in the air. Many people chose their residences, one after another. Lin Tian and the other 2 beasts were not in a hurry. They walked in the outer sect, disciples' residences, and stopped to look around. I didn't expect this. Lord Crocodile is now in the half-step true immortal realm, but he still entered a sect to cultivate. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tiandao said, half-step true immortal realm is just the lowest level in this immortal realm. It's not a big deal. Little Taichu's big eyes were bright. He looked left and right, curious about the surroundings. A man and 2 beasts walked. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. At this time, Lin Tian led Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to the southeast corner of the outer sect disciples' residences. There was a pavilion here that was similar to other places, but the terrain under the pavilion was better than other pavilions. Lin Tian controlled the dragon burial scripture and could clearly sense this. The most important thing was that the pavilion in this place had the most quiet environment. There were several ancient, immortal trees around it, intertwining with faint spiritual light. I choose this place. Lin Tiandao. He did not choose this place because it had a good earth vein layout. After all, even though the earth vein layout here was better than the other pavilions, it was not that much better, and there were no substantial benefits to be gained from it. The main reason why he chose this place was that the environment here was quieter, and he preferred quiet places. Whatever. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The man and 2 beasts walked forward and entered the pavilion's courtyard. This place is not bad. I want it. A familiar voice rang out. A yellow-robed young man walked in. He was the only one among the thousands of people who had passed the test to reach more than 50 steps on the Immortal Ascension stairs. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu had already entered the pavilion. At this time, they turned around and looked at the yellow-robed young man. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what I said? I want this place. You can choose from other places. The yellow-robed young man said, We've already chosen this place. You can leave now. Lin Tiandao. The yellow-robed young man's face turned cold. Brat, you seem to be very arrogant. I've already said that I want this place. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He had chosen this place first, and this yellow-clothed youth had brazenly walked in to snatch the place he had chosen. He had said that he had chosen this place first, and had told the other party to leave. Now he had actually become very arrogant. He smiled and looked at the yellow-robed young man. His expression gradually became colder. You have 3 breaths to get out of here. Otherwise, I'll personally send you out. He didn't like this self-righteous, yellow-robed young man. Previously, when they were outside the Purple Harmony Treasure Sect, this person had mocked him, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu. He couldn't be bothered to deal with him and didn't want to lower himself to their level. But now, this person actually came in to snatch the place he had chosen first. He couldn't tolerate this. This was a matter of dignity. "What did you say?" Seeing that Lin Tian wasn't willing to leave this place and was even asking him to leave within 3 breaths, the yellow-robed young man's face turned even colder. "You've only climbed the 30th step of the immortal ascension stairs. As for me, I've climbed the 53rd step. How dare you compete with me? How dare you ask me to leave this place?" Over there, what's going on? It seems like they're fighting over a place. That yellow-robed young man seems to be the only person in this assessment who has climbed the 50th step of the immortal ascension stairs. Many cultivators in this area noticed that something was amiss and looked over. Some of them even gathered around. That person is actually fighting over a place with the only person in this batch who has climbed the 50th step of the immortal ascension stairs. That yellow-robed young man has the potential to become a Xian immortal in the future. Also, I heard that he's very powerful. Offending someone who has the potential to become a Xian immortal in the future for the sake of a place. This doesn't seem very wise. Someone looked at Lin Tian and shook his head. More than 90% of the people gathered here were new outer sect disciples who had just passed the assessment. At the same time, there were also some outer sect disciples from the previous generation. At this time, when they saw this scene, some of the older outer sect disciples crossed their arms in the distance, obviously waiting to watch the fun. These older outer sect disciples were all quite powerful. The weakest among them was a half-step true immortal who had condensed 4 strands of celestial core power. In the courtyard, the yellow-robed young man saw the group of cultivators surrounding this place. He also heard some of the cultivators' discussion. Most of them were praising him for being very powerful. It was not wise for Lin Tian to fight over a place with him. His expression became even more arrogant. He looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "In my generation of cultivators, the strong are respected. I'll say it again. You've only climbed the 30th step of the immortal ascension stairs, while I've climbed the 53rd step. You don't have the right to fight with me. Get the hell out of here." Lin Tian also saw that many cultivators had gathered around to watch the show. However, he did not care. He looked at the yellow-robed young man and walked towards him. Because the yellow-robed young man had entered the courtyard 1 step at a time, he was not far from the entrance. Lin Tian walked towards the yellow-robed young man. In the eyes of the yellow-robed young man and the other cultivators, Lin Tian's action meant that he had given in and was about to leave. Soon, Lin Tian stepped forward and stopped a few feet away from the yellow-robed young man. He continued to walk forward. The yellow-robed young man smiled proudly and said, "That's right. Those who know their place, bang." Chapter 1539. The young man in yellow was kicked out of the courtyard by Lin Tian. He flew for more than 100 feet before crashing into a large rock. With a muffled thud, the rock was smashed into pieces, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators present to change. Wasn't he going to give in and leave? He actually kicked that young man in yellow out. Many cultivators were shocked. Previously, when they saw Lin Tian walking towards the young man in yellow, everyone thought that Lin Tian had given in, because that was also the direction of the courtyard's entrance. However, when Lin Tian walked up to the young man in yellow, he kicked the only person who had reached more than 50 steps of the immortal ascension stairs out of the courtyard. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. They did not expect this to happen. Of course, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu had expected this from the start. They knew Lin Tian's character best. "You think too highly of yourself. Why are you pretending? You asked for a beating," Wuxing Crocodile said as he glanced disdainfully at the young man in yellow who had been kicked out of the courtyard by Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not say anything. He walked back, preparing to enter the pavilion to take a look. At this moment, there was a loud boom. A strong wave of divine power surged from afar. The young man in yellow stood up, divine power surging around his body. His expression was dark and cold as he walked towards the courtyard again. "You dare to attack me!" The eyes of the yellow-clothed youth were filled with a cold and ruthless light as he looked at Lin Tian. Just now he was like the other cultivators and thought that Lin Tian had given in and was going to leave the courtyard. However, he never imagined that Lin Tian would actually suddenly attack him. He continued to walk towards the small courtyard. With every step he took, the ground shook slightly. The cold air and divine power surging from his body were extremely shocking. This half-step true immortal realm. And he's a half-step true immortal with 2 strands of celestial core power. He has just entered the sect, but he already has such strength. So strong. Sensing the aura of the yellow-clothed youth, many of the new outer disciples who had just passed the assessment were shocked. Although they had passed the assessment, their cultivation was still in the early stage of the eternal realm to the peak of the eternal realm. They were still far from reaching the half-step true immortal realm. Therefore, the yellow-clothed youth was much stronger than them. Even some of the older generation of outer disciples who were here to watch the show had a strange look on their faces. This was because they were all in the eternal realm when they first entered the Purple Freedom Treasure sect. Although a half-step genuine immortal was also in the eternal realm, there was a huge gap between the early, middle, and peak stages of the eternal realm. The gap between their battle strength was like comparing the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the moon. They were not on the same level. Boom! Divine power surged as the yellow-robed young man stepped into the courtyard. He stared at Lin Tian, his gaze icy, cold, and sinister. Lin Tian actually dared to kick him. "You didn't leave when I told you to, and you even dared to attack me. Now, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll break your limbs and throw you out," the man said coldly. As he spoke, he stepped into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and formed a dragon claw to grab Lin Tian's left arm. His 5 fingers were sharp and carried a cold light. Clearly, he wanted to break Lin Tian's arm first. Don't think that once your cultivation reaches the Great Virtue Realm, you can reassemble your broken body and instantly recover your broken limbs. You can't do that to me. I have the means to prevent your broken limbs from recovering in a short time. At least, you'll have to lie in bed like a dog for half a year unless someone above the true immortal realm uses a complete law of the immortal path to heal you. The man's voice was vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold light on his 5 fingers became denser. It was mixed with a strange light as if it wanted to twist everything into pieces. In the blink of an eye, his 5 fingers landed in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the man and dodged his arm with a slight sway. Then he grabbed the man's wrist. The young man in yellow had a sinister expression. "You're quite fast. Release." "Ah." As the young man in yellow spoke, he paused and suddenly screamed. Lin Tian grabbed his wrist. With a slight force, he broke his wrist bone. "Once is enough. How dare you barge in again?" Lin Tian Ondao. Just now, he had kicked the young man in yellow out of the courtyard. That kick was already very merciful. Otherwise, with the strength of his current physique, he could have crushed the young man in yellow with a single kick. That kick was a warning to the young man in yellow. However, he did not expect the young man to step in again after being sent flying and threatened to cripple his limbs. The young man in yellow stopped screaming. His gaze became even more vicious. His entire body erupted with even more powerful divine power. The roar was ear-piercing. "I'll teach you a lesson," he said viciously as he stared at Lin Tian. His divine power vibrated as he tried to break free from Lin Tian's grip on his wrist and attack Lin Tian again. However, Lin Tian's strength was astonishing. No matter how much divine power the young man in yellow used, he could not break free. "You!" Bang! Lin Tianyi grabbed the young man's wrist and kicked him again. This time, it landed directly on the young man's chest. This time, he used a little more force than the previous kick. Immediately, The young man in yellow screamed again. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Lin Tian looked at the young man. You said before that you would break my limbs and make me lie in bed for at least half a year, right? The young man in yellow stared at Lin Tian viciously. Shock and anger mixed in his eyes. Yes. So what if? Lin Tian grabbed the young man's wrist and exerted more force. Lightning surged and sank into the young man's arm. The sound of bones breaking was heard. You. The young man in yellow stared at Lin Tian. His face was contorted. The bones in his arm had been completely shattered by Lin Tian. Courtesy demands reciprocity. You want to break my limbs, so I'll break your limbs too. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he said, Also, don't think that once your cultivation reaches the great Tao tier and above, you can reassemble your body after it's broken. You can't recover your broken limbs in an instant. I have plenty of methods to make it impossible for you to recover your broken limbs in a short time. At least, you'll have to lie in bed like a dead dog for 3 years. Unless there's someone above the true immortal tier who can heal you with a complete set of celestial Tao nomological laws. The young man in yellow was shocked, furious, and in pain. What Lin Tian said to him now was obviously what he had said to Lin Tian previously. The only difference was that he had said, lie in bed like a dead dog for half a year, while Lin Tian had said, lie in bed like a dead dog for 3 years. These words, coupled with Lin Tian breaking one of his arms at this moment, were clearly a blatant slap to his face. This was because he could sense that at this moment his arm that had been broken by Lin Tian was actually unable to recover in an instant. You damn thing! With a boom, even more astonishing divine power surged out of his body. He raised his other arm and threw a punch at Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted and kicked out again. It landed on this person's chest, directly shattering the divine power that this person emitted and forcefully stopping the momentum of this person's punch. Then he kicked out again, landing on this person's left leg. With the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, this person's left leg bone was shattered with a crack. Moreover, wisps of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique's power of lightning were left in it, causing this person to be unable to use his own strength to repair the leg bone that had been shattered by Lin Tian. It was just like the person's arm that had been shattered by Lin Tian previously, unable to recover on its own. The young man in yellow screamed in agony. The bones in one of his arms had been shattered, and at this moment, the bones in his leg had also been shattered. He was momentarily unable to stand firm. As Lin Tian released the hand that was holding onto his wrist, he immediately staggered and fell to the ground. That young man in yellow, a half-step true immortal who had condensed 2 strands of celestial core, who had climbed more than 50 steps on the immortal ascension stairs, could not stop that person? He was so easily. Outside the courtyard, a group of cultivators who were watching the show were all shocked. Even some of the outer sect disciples of the older generation were shocked. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Tian. Obviously, these people were all shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. A new disciple who had just entered the sect was actually able to firmly suppress a half-step true immortal who had condensed 2 strands of celestial core. Moreover, this was a half-step true immortal who had climbed more than 50 steps on the immortal ascension stairs. This was truly shocking. Inside the courtyard, the young man in yellow roared in anger. One of his arms and one of his legs had been broken by Lin Tian. Waves of lightning energy intertwined in his body, causing him excruciating pain. At this moment, with his own strength, he could not heal his injured body at all. Damn it! How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? He glared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He stood up with his uninjured right leg, and his eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. That's all, Lin Tian said. Also, the look in your eyes makes me very unhappy. As he spoke, he reached out with lightning speed and grabbed the young man's uninjured arm. With the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation, he directly broke the young man's uninjured arm as well. Ah! The young man in yellow robes screamed in pain again. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the young man's cheek. Half of the young man's cheek was smashed, and teeth mixed with blood flew out. With a bang, the young man in yellow robes fell to the ground again, and blood splashed out of his mouth. Lin Tian raised his leg and stomped on the young man's uninjured right leg. "Stop!" The young man in yellow robes shouted loudly and quickly. At this moment, both of his arms and left leg had been broken by Lin Tian, and he could not recover in a short period of time. If even his uninjured right leg was broken, he would really be thrown out by Lin Tian like a dead dog. At that time, he would not even have the most basic ability to move. He would lie on the ground like a dead dog and be watched by others. How could he be willing to do such a thing? My big brother is Zhou Huajun, an inner disciple of the Purple Shao sect. If you do it again, my big brother will not let you go. He stared at Lin Tian and threatened him viciously. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present were shocked. What? His big brother is an inner disciple of the Purple Shao treasure sect. I heard that the inner disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect are all powerhouses above the true immortal realm. Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, some of the older generation of outer disciples were even more shocked. He's senior brother Zhou Huajun's younger brother. Chapter 1540. Hearing the young man's words, everyone was shocked. The young man in yellow actually had an elder brother in the Purple Shao treasure sect, and he was an inner disciple. The inner disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect were all powerful figures in the true immortal realm. You're starting to threaten me. You little bastard, aren't you very arrogant? So what if you're using someone else's name? Get up and fight yourself. Whooshing Crocodile sneered sarcastically. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He didn't have any intention of retracting his leg and continued to stomp down without slowing down. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, an ear-piercing sword sound was heard. 3 sword lights slashed from outside the courtyard and went straight for Lin Tian. The 3 sword lights were very fast and carried a faint, true, immortal qi. They were very fierce. Lin Tian frowned and moved sideways, dodging 2 sword lights. The 3 sword lights slashed through the air and landed on a mountain far away, blowing up a large cloud of smoke and dust. With 3 swooshing sounds, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the courtyard in front of the young man in yellow. Junior brother Zhou, we're here. Don't worry. One of them helped the young man up and said, "That's right. We won't let him be presumptuous again." The other 2 nodded. The young man in yellow was helped up and asked curiously, "You are?" Junior brother Zhou were also disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect. "My name is Zhang Zhen, and the other 2 are Li Yiwu and Feng Yunsong." One of them spoke. His name was Zhang Zhen. He smiled and said, "Speaking of which, the 3 of us have been in the Purple Harmony treasure sect for a long time. However, we're still outer disciples. We really admire your brother, Zhou Huajun." Li Yiwu and Feng Yunsong nodded. "Yeah, senior brother Zhou Huajun is very powerful. We respect him very much." The young man in yellow wasn't stupid. He instantly knew that the 3 of them helped him because of his elder brother, Zhou Huajun. "Thank you. My name is Zhou Huacheng. I've just entered the sect and haven't met my elder brother yet. I'll definitely mention you 3 in front of him later. Please take care of you in the future." The yellow-clothed young man said. Zhang Zhen, Li Yiwu, and Feng Yunsong's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. They had helped Zhou Huacheng at this time because of his relationship with inner disciple Zhou Huajun. They wanted to use this opportunity to build a relationship with inner disciple Zhou Huajun. Now that they heard Zhou Huacheng say that he would ask his brother Zhou Huajun to take care of them in the future, they were naturally happy. After all, with the help of a powerful, true, immortal inner sect disciple, not to mention other things, they would definitely have great power among the outer sect disciples of the Purple Firmament Treasure Sect. In the future, there would be very few outer sect disciples who would dare to provoke them. Junior brother Zhou is too polite. Helping junior brother Zhou is what the three of us should do. Zhang Jin smiled and spoke politely to Zhou Huaqing. He then looked at Lin Tian and said, "Now I will first seek justice for you, junior brother Zhou." "All right." Zhou Huaqing nodded and looked at Lin Tian viciously. He could already see that Zhang Zhen was much stronger than him. He had already condensed 5 strands of celestial core power. Zhang Zhen nodded slightly and took a step forward. He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Apologize to junior brother Zhou. Get out of this courtyard and cripple your own limbs. Then I won't make things difficult for you." Many cultivators gathered around the courtyard. At this time, they were naturally moved by this scene. The older generation of outer sect disciples actually intervened. They have been in the Purple Firmament Treasure Sect for a long time. Their strength is very strong. I'm afraid that most of these cultivators were new outer sect disciples of the Purple Firmament Treasure Sect who had just passed the assessment. It was their first time seeing Zhang Zhen and the other 2. However, they had heard the 3 of them introduce themselves to Zhou Huaqing. Naturally, they knew that the 3 of them were the older generation of Purple Firmament Treasure Sect's outer sect disciples. Some of the other outer sect disciples even knew about Zhang Zhen and the other 2. "Those 3 bastards beat us to it. Damn it." Some of the other outer sect disciples were annoyed. Helping Zhou Huaqing was a shortcut for them to build a relationship with inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun. However, this opportunity had now been snatched away by others. In the courtyard, Lin Tian looked at Zhang Zhen. Naturally, he knew that Zhang Zhen, Li Yiwu, and Feng Yuntsang were the older generation of outer sect disciples from Zhang Zhen's introduction to Zhou Huaqing. "You want to stand out? I advise you not to make a fool of yourself." He looked at Zhang Zhen and said. Moreover, he naturally understood why Zhang Zhen and the other 2 jumped out to help Zhou Huaqing at this time. They wanted to build a relationship with inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun by helping Zhou Huaqing. Zhang Zhen's face darkened and he said coldly, "Newcomer, don't be presumptuous. Is this how you talk to your senior brother? Senior brother, are you worthy?" Lin Tian's voice was calm. Wuxing Crocodile sneered and ridiculed. After learning that the brother of this little bastard in yellow is an inner sect disciple of Purple Peril Treasure Sect, you knew that this little bastard in yellow was unreasonable and wanted to snatch the residence that we had already chosen. However, because you wanted to build a relationship with that inner sect disciple by helping him, you jumped out to force us to apologize, get out of the courtyard, and cripple your own limbs. You're really low-level and shameless. How dare you call yourself a senior brother? Disgusting. Disgusting. Little Taichu echoed in a childish voice. Zhang Zhen's face suddenly became gloomy and cold. Li Wu and Feng Yuntsang's faces also became icy cold. They knew that this matter in this place was caused by Zhou Huaqing's overbearing and unreasonable behavior. It was true that they did it because they knew that Zhou Huaqing's brother was inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun. Most of the other cultivators in this place could actually understand the reason why they did it. However, it was one thing to understand it, but it was another thing to say it out loud. Wuxing Crocodile's blatant disclosure of their motive for helping Zhou Huaqing was a blatant slap in their faces. It was a kind of humiliation. "You're courting death." Looking at Wuxing Crocodile, Zhang Zhen's face turned cold. He directly raised his hand and transformed it into a divine light handprint, slapping toward Wuxing Crocodile. Lin Tianling snorted. With a wave of his right hand, a golden towering heaven sword radiance slashed across the sky. With a clang, the towering heaven sword radiance was intimidating. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zhang Zhen's divine light handprint that was slapping toward Wuxing Crocodile. Immediately, with a swoosh Zhang Zhen's divine light handprint was directly shattered by the sword. Moreover, a sharp sword essence spread out and forced Zhang Zhen to retreat several feet away. This, he forced the older generation of Purple Peril Treasure Sect's outer sect disciple to retreat with a casual sword strike. That Zhang Zhen seems to have condensed 5 strands of celestial core power, but with a single sword strike. Outside the courtyard, many people saw this scene, and all of them revealed a look of shock. In the courtyard, Zhang Zhen steadied himself and looked at Lin Tianling. His face turned a little ugly at this moment. He was an outer sect disciple of the older generation and had been in the purple, carefree treasure sect for many years. But now he was actually pushed back several feet by an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. This was really embarrassing. At the same time, Li Yiwu and Feng Yuntsong were both shocked by the scene of Lin Tianyi forcing Zhang Zhen to retreat. The two of them paused. Li Yiwu said to Zhou Huacheng, "Junior brother Zhou, please rest here for a while. Yuntsong and I will go with Zhang Zhen. We'll quickly suppress that person and make him apologize to you. Then we'll break his limbs and throw him out of here. Quickly resolve this matter so that junior martial brother can rest and meet with your elder brother, senior martial brother Zhou Huajun earlier." "Okay, I'll have to trouble the two of you." Zhou Huaqing nodded and looked at Lin Tian coldly. Naturally, he wanted to see Lin Tian's miserable end as soon as possible. Li Yiwu, Feng Yuntsong, and Zhou Huaqing nodded and stepped forward to stand with Zhang Zhen. "Together, we'll quickly suppress him," Li Wu said to Zhang Zhen. "Okay." Zhang Zhen nodded. In fact, when he was forced back several feet by Lin Tian, he immediately felt that Lin Tian was not simple. It would be difficult for him to suppress Lin Tian with his strength alone. At this time, he looked at Lin Tian coldly. Strands of divine power surrounded his body. Li Yiwu looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Newcomer, I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to junior brother Zhou. Then get out of here and cripple your own limbs. Don't make us do it ourselves. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a lot." Lin Tian looked at Li Yiwu, Zhang Zhen, and Feng Yuntsong with a calm expression. "I'll also give you one more chance. I'll say it again. Don't make a fool of yourself. Leave now, and I'll pretend that you never appeared. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences," he said. As soon as he said this, Li Wu's face became even colder. "You're shameless. No need to talk nonsense with him. Suppress him, cripple his limbs, and throw him out." Feng Yuntsong said. "Do it," Zhang Zhen said. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power outside his body rumbled and vibrated. He directly attacked and suppressed Lin Tian. Li Yiwu and Feng Yuntsong also attacked at the same time. They condensed their divine power and suppressed Lin Tian from different directions. Such a scene caused all the cultivators outside the courtyard to be shocked, and many of them were visibly moved. 3 outer sect disciples of the older generation are attacking a new disciple who just joined the sect at the same time. Those 3 are half-step true immortals who have condensed 5 strands of celestial core power. That person can defeat Zhou Huacheng, so he's definitely not weak. But facing 3 outer sect disciples who have condensed 5 strands of celestial core power at the same time, I'm afraid that person is in danger. Many people shook their heads. Boom! In the courtyard, Zhang Zhen and the other 2 surged with divine power. They were all very tyrannical. At this time, they had already closed in on Lin Tian. 3 tyrannical divine powers sealed every inch of space around Lin Tian, not giving Lin Tian the slightest chance to dodge. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not care about the pressure of the 3 people at all. The 3 of them had condensed 5 strands of celestial core power. They were very powerful. In the starry sky, it would not be difficult for them to defeat someone who had condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. However, in front of his strongest reincarnation imperial body, they were nothing. Chapter 1541. It was a simple punch, but its power was oppressive, bringing with it a series of thunderous roars. A series of crackling sounds were heard, and the divine power that Zhang Zhen and the other two had summoned was instantly shattered by the punch. Then Lin Tian's iron fist did not lose its power. It vibrated through the void and landed firmly on the three of them. Bang! 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 3 muffled groans were heard, and the three of them were sent flying at the same time, each of them coughing up blood. Such a scene immediately caused the expressions of all the disciples of the Carefree Treasure sect to change. The 3 outer disciples of the older generation were all powerful existences who had condensed 5 strands of celestial core power, but now they were all sent flying by Lin Tian, a newcomer to the sect, with a single punch. Many people could not help but tremble. He's so strong! Many people looked at Lin Tian, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. Zhou Huaqing was also shocked. He could clearly feel that the strength of Zhang Zhen and the other two was much stronger than his, as they had condensed 3 more strands of celestial core power than him. However, now that the 3 of them attacked together, they were all sent flying with a single punch. Zhang Zhen and the other 2 were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. After 2 or 3 breaths, they stood up. At this time, when they looked at Lin Tian again, their eyes were filled with shock. With such insignificant strength, how dare you jump out to help others? Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them, his voice very calm. Zhang Zhen and the other 2's faces turned pale. Lin Tian actually used the word insignificant to describe their strength. Activate your superpowers and attack with all your might, Zhang Zhen said coldly. Immediately, the 3 of them attacked again. This time, a faint, genuine immortal aura spread out. Then, various divine shadows appeared, and 3 different superpowers were displayed by the 3 of them at the same time. The intertwined, powerful cold thoughts pressed down on Lin Tian. This time, compared to before, the 3's attacks were undoubtedly dozens of times stronger. They had truly displayed their peak strength. Is this the full strength of you, who have condensed 5 strands of celestial core power? Lin Tian's voice was calm. It's a mess. His movements did not change. It was still simple and direct, and he still met the attack with a punch. This punch was slightly more powerful than the previous one, but it was still not his full strength. It was only 60% of his physical strength. Even so, it was still terrifying enough. With a boom, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in this place, the divine abilities and secret techniques that Zhang Zhen and the other 2 had used were instantly shattered just like before. After that, a series of muffled bangs rang out as the 3 of them were sent flying once more. All of them coughed up large mouthfuls of blood while cracks appeared on their bodies. 3 outer sect disciples of the older generation, all unleashed divine abilities, but he sent 3 people flying at the same time with only 1 punch. Is this really an outer disciple who just passed the assessment? All the cultivators in the area were shocked. Zhang Zhen and the other 2 tumbled to the ground, blood flowing from their mouths as they trembled. Just now, they had used all their strength at the same time, but the result was horrifying to them. The 3 of them had used all their strength at the same time, but they were still sent flying with only 1 punch. You're obviously a weakling, but instead of hiding, you came out to help others act arrogantly. In the end, you'll only end up humiliating yourself. Wuxing Crocodile mocked. Weakling. Little Taichu did not know how to curse or mock others, but it knew how to learn, so it echoed Wuxing Crocodile. Zhang Zhen and the other 2's expressions suddenly became extremely ugly, and they all gritted their teeth. Lin Tian's expression was very calm as he walked toward the 3 of them. What are you going to do? Facing Lin Tian, the 3 of them trembled. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, but they all felt that something was wrong. Lin Tian calmly stepped forward, but his speed suddenly increased, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhang Jin. Zhang Zhen's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You! Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the person's right arm. The power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation surged, directly shattering all the bones in the person's arm. Ah! Zhang Zhen screamed. All the bones in his right hand were shattered, and the power of thunder rampaged through his entire arm, causing him unbearable pain. Moreover, he wanted to repair his broken arm, but it was completely impossible. You came out to help others act arrogantly. Remember that you said the same thing as Zhou Huacheng, that you wanted to cripple my limbs, right? Lin Tiandao kicked out, landing on Zhang Zhen's right leg. The power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation also shattered the bones in Zhang Zhen's right leg, causing him to be unable to repair his injury on his own. Ah! Zhang Zhen screamed again. He stared at Lin Tian in shock, anger, and fear. You! Crack! Lin Tian moved quickly and mercilessly. He grabbed Zhang Zhen's left arm and shattered the bones in his hand. The power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation was entangled in his opponent's arm, causing Zhang Zhen to be completely unable to repair this injury with his own strength. You can do whatever you want to me, and I'll do the same to you. That's very fair, right? Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he also shattered the bones in Zhang Zhen's left leg, making it difficult for him to repair it. Zhang Zhen screamed. At this time, all 4 of his limbs were completely crippled. Because the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation was entangled in his limbs, relying on his own strength, it was impossible for him to repair such an injury. Noisy! Lin Tiandao raised his leg and kicked, sending Zhang Zhen flying out of the courtyard. He rolled out of the courtyard for dozens of feet. Zhang Zhen screamed from far away in the courtyard. His voice was very shrill. That outer sect disciple of the previous generation was just outside the courtyard. Many people felt their hearts palpitate and could not help but tremble. At the same time, Li Yiwu and Feng Yunsong both trembled violently. They looked at Lin Tiandao with eyes full of horror and anger. How dare you treat your senior brother like this? Li Yiwu pointed at Lin Tiandao with trembling fingers. Senior brother of the same sect? I seem to have told you before. Are you worthy? You? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of calling yourself senior brother in front of me? Lin Tiandao looked at this person. Li Wu pointed at him, his face livid. You! Swoosh! Lin Tiandao stepped forward and appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye. He grabbed this person's left hand and directly shattered the bones in his hand. Ah! Just like Zhang Jin before, Li Wu let out a shrill scream. I've said it before. I'll do whatever you want me. It's fair and reasonable. Lin Tiandao. He moved like lightning and shattered the bones in Li Yiwu's right arm, left leg, and right leg. And every time, he used the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation, so that the other party could not repair his injured body by himself. Get lost. As he spoke, he kicked the crippled Li Yiwu out of the courtyard. Just like Zhang Zhen, he tumbled several dozen meters away, landing in the same area as Zhang Zhen. He smashed up quite a bit of the ground there. Screams came from that area. There were screams from Li Yiwu and also from Zhang Zhen, who had been kicked away early in the morning. Lin Tiandao seemed not to hear it. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yunsong. Meeting Lin Tiandao's eyes, Feng Yunsong immediately trembled violently and stepped back involuntarily. Then he quickly came to Zhou Huacheng's side. Junior brother Zhou, this person is not simple. Let's retreat first, and let senior brother Zhou Huajun deal with him later. Senior brother Zhou Huajun is in the genuine immortal realm. He will definitely seek justice for all of us and let this person be severely punished. Zhou Huacheng's face did not look good, but he also knew that they seemed to be unable to do anything to Lin Tiandao now. Just you wait. I will tell my big brother everything. I will definitely teach you a lesson, he said viciously. Both his arms and one of his legs were broken. With Feng Yunsong's help, he left the courtyard. You want to leave just like that? Lin Tian said coldly. He only took one step and appeared in front of the two, blocking them. What do you want? We are already ready to leave. Feng Yunsong was shocked and frightened. Nothing. I will personally send you off. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he grabbed Feng Yunsong and attacked fiercely. He immediately shattered the bones in Feng Yunsong's left arm. Ah! Feng Yunsong screamed. Lin Tiandao's expression was very calm. He attacked even faster and shattered the bones in Feng Yunsong's right arm, left leg, and right leg. Then he kicked him out of the courtyard and rolled into the same area as Zhang Zhen and Li Yiwu. I said that I will personally send you off, so I will personally send you off. I won't let you walk out on your own, he said, and walked toward Zhou Huaqing. Zhou Huaqing's arms and one leg were broken. Now only one leg could move. When he saw Lin Tiandao approaching, he immediately trembled. Don't mess around. If you mess around again, I will definitely make my big brother make you wish you were dead. Zhou Huaqing threatened sternly. Is that so? I'm so scared. Lin Tiandao's voice was calm. Zhou Huaqing was shocked and angry. Lin Tiandao's words were clearly mocking him. Lin Tiandao raised his hand and directly grabbed Zhou Huaqing. He used a fierce method and shattered the bones in his last leg. Ah! Zhou Huaqing screamed. His last leg bone was shattered. The tyrannical power of thunder rampaged in his body, causing him extreme pain. He immediately fell to the ground. Scram! Lin Tiandao raised his leg and kicked Zhou Huaqing, just like Zhang Zhen and the other two, out of the courtyard. He fell dozens of feet away. Screams continuously sounded from that area. In an instant, in this place except for Lin Tiandao, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu, everyone trembled violently. That Zhou Huaqing, the person who crossed the 50th step of the Immortal Ascension stairs, and the 3 previous generation Outer Sect disciples, who had condensed 5 strands of celestial core power, actually all of their limbs were broken and sent flying with a kick. So strong. So scary. Many people looked at Lin Tiandao and couldn't help but tremble. An Outer Sect disciple who had just entered the sect had such shocking strength. He sent the only person who crossed the 50th step of the Immortal Ascension stairs and the 3 previous generation Outer Sect disciples flying with a kick. Moreover, all of their limbs were broken. This action was too strong and too fierce. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now. Chapter 1542. Outside the courtyard, all the cultivators looked at Lin Tian with fear in their hearts. Many of them couldn't help but inhale sharply. This new Outer Sect disciple who had just passed the test was really strong and ruthless. Lin Tian looked at the crowd outside the courtyard, paused, and said with a smile, "Everyone, do you want to come in and have a seat?" Hearing his words, many of the cultivators outside the courtyard shuddered at the same time. No need. The crowd waved their hands. This ruthless person had just crippled the only new Outer Sect disciple who had crossed the 50th step of the Immortal Ascension stairs and threw them out of the courtyard. Now he was inviting them to come in and have a seat. Who would dare to go? At this time, Zhou Huaqing, Zhang Zhen, and the other 2 were still screaming in agony from several hundred feet away. Moreover, the inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun's younger brother had been crippled and thrown out several hundred feet away. Lin Tian would definitely become the target of Zhou Huajun. If they accepted Lin Tian's invitation to have a seat in the courtyard, wouldn't they be looking for trouble for no reason? If Zhou Huajun misunderstood and caused some trouble, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After all, inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun was a perfected immortal powerhouse. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend him. "Oh, I saw that you were outside the courtyard, so I thought you wanted to come in and have a seat." Lin Tiandao said, "You really don't want to come in?" No need. We just happened to pass by this place. Yes, yes, yes. We just happened to pass by and will leave immediately, some of the cultivators said. Immediately, the crowd outside the courtyard dispersed in the blink of an eye. Even some of the outer sect disciples from the previous generation were no exception. In the blink of an eye, these cultivators were far away from the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the place became much quieter. Only several hundred feet away, Zhou Huacheng, Zhang Zhenliwu, and Feng Yunsong's cries could be heard from time to time. Noisy. Lin Tiandao looked in that direction and casually waved his hand, shooting out a beam of divine light, directly blasting Zhou Huacheng and the others away. This time they tumbled for more than 10,000 feet before landing on one of the immortal peaks in the violet firmament treasure sect, shattering a large number of ancient trees. Many of the cultivators who had left the courtyard saw this scene and shuddered. So ruthless. Someone shrank back. Hurry up and run. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group of cultivators instantly distanced themselves from Lin Tian. For some reason, they felt that getting too close to Lin Tian was not a good thing. In the blink of an eye, the area around the residence chosen by Lin Tian was completely quiet. There was not a single person in sight. Lin Tian paused in the courtyard and glanced in the direction where Zhou Huacheng and the others were sent flying. He ignored them and called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to enter the loft. The loft was somewhat luxurious and was built with special ancient stones. When the door was pushed open, the space inside was very large. It was roughly more than 800 square meters. The various decorations were very extraordinary. The tables, chairs, and beds were all forged with strange, precious stones. Well, this kind of place must be very comfortable to live in, Whooshing Crocodile said, and then sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, we haven't really lived in a decent place all these years. When we were outside, we were mostly squatting in caves. After all, we're training outside and don't have a fixed residence. Besides, a residence is actually not a big deal. Lin Tiandao. They didn't need to find a comfortable residence when they were training outside. There was no need for that at all. In other words, with their current cultivation, even if they didn't rest or sleep, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. Therefore, the problem of residence was never within their scope of consideration. They only thought about how to quickly become stronger. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Grandpa Crocodile is just lamenting. There were many rooms in the loft, but Lin Tian and the others didn't need too many rooms. They directly found the largest room among them, about 100 square meters. The room was very bright. The ground was covered with white jade. It was a little warm to step on, and the air was very mild. After entering the room, Lin Tian looked around casually. He came to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. A golden divine light appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, a faint soul power spread out. What are you doing? Are you going to cultivate just like that? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Little Taichu was at the side, blinking at Lin Tian. No. Lin Tian shook his head and said, set up some ceiling arrays and killing arrays around this courtyard. Why do you want to set up these arrays here? Whooshing Crocodile was curious. Lin Tiandao, this place is now one of our fixed residences. It's beneficial to make some special precautions. In the past, whether it was in the Northern Flame Academy in the first heaven, or in the Wuji Gate in the second heaven, or in the Emergence Dao Gate in the third heaven, he had set up various means outside his residence. He was very cautious. Now that he had arrived in the immortal realm and entered the purple heavenly treasure sect, he chose such a residence. Just like before, he set up various arrays from the beginning to be prepared. Well, it makes sense. Then you carve it. Grandpa Crocodile and the little guy will guard by the side. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. With the Sun Heart Sutra as the foundation, the heavenly One Soul secret art circulated, and the soul power intertwined with each other became stronger and stronger. Buzz. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room. His hands moved slowly and rhythmically. Gradually, a series of magical array patterns spread out and then disappeared into the void. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. Boy, what array pattern is this? Why does Grandpa Crocodile feel that the surrounding air suddenly becomes very oppressive? It's very uncomfortable. Whooshing Crocodile stared at Grandpa Crocodile. It was now a half-step true immortal, and its strength wasn't bad. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had only drawn a few array patterns, and it already felt oppressive. This really surprised and shocked it. If Lin Tian engraved a complete array pattern, wouldn't it be better? Yeah. Little Taichu murmured in a babyish voice. Obviously, it had the same feeling as Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian moved his hands very slowly. More array patterns were drawn out, swimming like a real dragon. At the same time, he explained to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu, within the range of the array, vision, hearing, smell, taste, spiritual sense, mobility, divine sense, and other aspects will be greatly suppressed and weakened, or even completely deprived. So powerful. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. From Lin Tian's words, this formation was completely suppressing all the abilities of living beings. No, in terms of the strongest level, this formation was not as simple as suppressing and weakening. It seemed to be made to deprive all the abilities of the living beings within the formation. Lin Tian nodded and said, very powerful. In terms of the complete level of this array, it is at least above the true God level. Above the true God level. The 5 elements crocodile was shocked again when he heard that and said, such a powerful restriction grand array. Where did you get it from? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? You haven't used it before. It was left by the Array Emperor. I only recently comprehended it from the Heavenly One Soul spell. Lin Tian said, the Array Emperor? Left by the Array Emperor, one of the 9 celestial masters in the 10 directions, celestial domain? Found it in the Heavenly One Soul spell? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. The Heavenly One Soul spell has such a powerful array? Back then, when the Array Emperor created the Heavenly One Soul mantra, wasn't he only at the Heavenly Venerate level? Based on a soul mantra created by that level of cultivation, there shouldn't be a complete array beyond the true God realm, right? Wasn't the Eternal Killing Array you created the strongest killing array in the Heavenly One Soul spell? Whooshing Crocodile knew that Lin Tian had mastered the Heavenly One Soul spell. It was known as the Holy Scripture of Array Tao in the 10 directions, celestial domain, created by one of the 9 great celestial masters. However, according to the ancient records in the 10 directions, celestial domain, the Array Emperor seemed to have been at the celestial master level when he created the Heavenly One Soul spell. It was hard to believe that an ancient scripture created by someone of that level of cultivation would contain a flawless array comparable to, or even surpassing, the true God level. Whooshing Crocodile had always thought that the Eternal Killing Array Lin Tian had created was the strongest array in the Heavenly One Soul spell. There's no need to doubt it. I found it in the Heavenly One Soul spell, and the Eternal Killing Array isn't the strongest array in the Heavenly One Soul spell. There are many more powerful arrays in the Heavenly One Soul spell. This is similar to the 1,000 Seals array that I'm imprinting now. I only discovered it recently after I became a half-step true immortal. Also, you probably know that many of the ancient records in the 10 directions, celestial domain, are unreliable, especially the records about the 9 great celestial masters. More than 90% of them are inaccurate. Also, as I mentioned before, as my cultivation increased, I gradually discovered that the ancient scriptures of the 9 great celestial masters, whether it's the Heart Sutra of Sun, the ancient lunar scripture, the Dragon Burial scripture, or the Medicine Classic, they're not simple celestial master level cultivation methods. Their ranks are far beyond the imagination of the world, and the Heavenly One Soul spell is no exception. I've observed the various true immortal level cultivation methods I've acquired over the years. They're completely incomparable to those left behind by the 9 great celestial masters. Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian did mention to them that the ancient scriptures of the 9 great celestial masters were far beyond the celestial master level. Speaking of which, when you mentioned this before, Lord Crocodile felt it was very strange. It said, most of the records about the 9 great celestial masters in the 10 directions celestial domain are unreliable. Lord Crocodile knows this, but one thing is 100% true. When the 9 great celestial masters created those ancient scriptures, they were indeed at the celestial master level. So here's the question. With their cultivation at the celestial master level at that time, how could they create perfect ancient scriptures that are far beyond the celestial master level? When a cultivator created a cultivation method, the cultivation method created was not absolutely equivalent to his cultivation at the time of creation. For example, when a cultivator created a cultivation method in the celestial master level, the cultivation method could be at the celestial master level or the immortal king level, or even the divine level. However, once the level of the cultivation method created exceeded the creator's cultivation at the time of creation, then the cultivation method created could never be perfect. It needed to be constantly tempered in the future. Then, when the creator's cultivation reached the level of the cultivation method, it could become flawless. Chapter 1543. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. In fact, he had thought about this question before. It was indeed a little strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 9 celestial venerables to create the perfect Sun Heart Sutra and Heavenly One Soul Mantra with their celestial venerables' cultivation in the past. However, the 9 of them had indeed created them at that time. He paused and said, "There's no need to think too much about this. In short, we know that the 9 of them are not simple." Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. "Indeed, there's no need to think too much about it. Anyway, we can't figure it out." As it spoke, it clicked its tongue and said, "I wonder where those 9 people went after leaving the 10 directions heaven domain. With their abilities, I'm afraid they've already reached an extremely terrifying height. No matter where they go, they'll be revered existences. More or less." Lin Tian agreed. As he said this, his hands did not stop moving. His hands moved, and strands of formation patterns intertwined. The formation patterns jumped around him and then spread in all directions. They disappeared into the void and surrounded the entire courtyard. In the blink of an eye, a full 2 hours passed. 2 hours passed, and he stopped. "Are you done?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. "I barely managed to carve a corner." At this time he had carved a corner of the 1,000 Seals formation in this courtyard. It could easily suppress a true immortal. Just a corner? Barely? Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Lin Tian glanced at it and said, "The 1,000 Seals formation might have surpassed the level of a true immortal. With my current cultivation, how can I carve a complete one? It's already very good that I managed to carve a corner." Wuxing Crocodile was slightly taken aback and then nodded. "Oh, that seems to be the case. If one wanted to fully control a formidable divine ability or formation technique, one had to possess a cultivation that was equivalent to the divine ability. Otherwise, it was impossible to fully utilize the might of the divine ability or secret technique. Otherwise, if a body refinement realm cultivator obtained a divine ability at the divine emperor realm, then he would practically be able to directly annihilate an immortal king realm expert. That was obviously very unrealistic. Lin Tianwei paused. She took out 2 Baodan pills that could quickly recover divine power and soul power. She had obtained them from the Du family. He swallowed 2 Baodan pills and quickly adjusted his breathing. His divine power and soul power began to recover rapidly. After an hour, his divine power and soul power had basically recovered by 80%. He took a deep breath and paused for a moment before moving again. His hands moved slowly and rhythmically. Buzz! Different runes jumped out, bringing with them a sharp killing intent. The Wuxing Crocodile and the little Tai Chu couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, they both felt a terrifying killing intent as if it wanted to shatter everything. What kind of formation is this? The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tianyi continued to carve the runes as he said, the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing Formation, which is also a formation contained in the Heavenly One Soul incantation. The Heavenly One Soul incantation was left behind by the formation Emperor, Heavenly Venerate. It encompassed all forms of formations, including countless mystical formations, other than the Thousand Seals formation and the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing Formation. He had also found a few other extremely terrifying formations with terrifying power. However, with his current cultivation, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't carve those terrifying formations. It was already very difficult for him to carve the Thousand Seals formation and the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation, and he could only carve a corner of it. The Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation, this feels like it's also beyond the level of a true god. The whooshing crocodile asked. It should be. Lin Tian nodded. He couldn't confirm the specific level of this killing formation, so he could only make a rough estimate. The whooshing crocodile looked at the killing runes that Lin Tian was carving and exclaimed, a killing formation that's beyond the level of a true god. Buzz. Lin Tian moved his hands, and more runes of the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation appeared. With him as the center, they quickly spread in all directions and branded themselves in every corner of the courtyard. After that, another 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later, he barely managed to carve a corner of the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation and then stopped. It's about time, he muttered to himself. A corner of the Thousand Seals formation and a corner of the Yin-Yang Limitless Killing formation surrounded the courtyard. Even if a peak true immortal came to cause trouble, he would be able to completely suppress them with these two arrays. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 2 more Baodan pills and consumed them to recover the divine power and soul power that he had used to carve the formation. After more than an hour, his divine power and soul power had both recovered to their peak state. He stood up and stretched his tibia, making a crackling sound. What should we do next? The whooshing crocodile asked. At this time, he naturally saw that Lin Tian had finished carving all kinds of arrays in the courtyard. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, let's go to the Refinement Path Valley. The Refinement Path Valley was a cultivation paradise of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. Any disciple of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect could enter and cultivate there. There were all kinds of powerful Tao runes inside, which could be used to communicate with the endless immortal Tao. Moreover, the mystical Tao runes of the immortal Tao could strengthen the immortal Tao by hundreds of times, allowing half-step true immortals to quickly comprehend the immortal Tao and condense their immortal core power. He learned this from the jade slip that the old man from the Purple Shao Treasure Sect gave him. Other than the Refinement Path Valley, there were 2 other cultivation paradise in the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. They were the Immortal Spirit Gorge and the Forest of 10,000 Battles. Among them, in the Immortal Spirit Gorge, there was a special formation that gathered extremely rich immortal spirit chi. For cultivators below the half-step true immortal realm, it was very useful. With the rich immortal spirit chi there, one could increase one's cultivation base at an astonishing speed. As for the Forest of 10,000 Battles, it was a vast, ancient forest. It was a training ground that the Purple Shao Treasure Sect opened up for their disciples in the back mountain of the sect. There were many powerful, ferocious birds and ferocious beasts everywhere. The strongest ones were even half-step profound immortal realm. All of them were very ferocious. The disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect could enter the forest to train and fight with the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. In actual life and death battles, they could improve their combat experience and combatability. It could be said that the Forest of 10,000 Battles was the place where most of the disciples of the Purple Shao Treasure Sect gathered. From the outer disciples to the true disciples, they would often go there. Even some of the powerful elders in the sect would often enter the Forest of 10,000 Battles to fight with the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts in order to improve themselves. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were now half-step true immortals. At this stage, Lin Tian naturally felt that it was more suitable for them to cultivate in the Refinement Path Valley. Cultivating there would allow them to condense immortal core power at a very fast speed. "All right, let's go," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the three of them walked out of the pavilion and came to the courtyard. It was also at this time that a young girl in purple came in from outside the courtyard. It was in Shui. She jumped to Lin Tian's side. "You're strong enough. You just entered the sect and you already crippled the limbs of that yellow-clothed man and 3 outer disciples of the previous generation. Not bad, not bad." She looked at Lin Tiandao. Now, the news that Lin Tian crippled Zhou Huacheng, Zhang Zhan, Li Wu, and Feng Yinsong had spread like wildfire in the Purple Shao treasure sect. Many people knew about it, and Shui was no exception. After hearing about it, she immediately came here. However, she was not shocked at all when she heard about it. Instead, she looked a little excited, as if she found it very interesting. "I was just defending myself," Lin Tiantan said with a smile, and Shui rolled her eyes. She paused and said, "Those 3 outer disciples of the previous generation are not that big of a deal. However, that yellow-clothed man, what's his name again? I heard that he's Zhou Huacheng. It's said that he has an inner disciple elder brother, Zhou Huajun. He's a troublemaker." She learned about this from the discussions of the disciples of the Purple Shao treasure sect. "I know. It's not that big of a deal." Lin Tiandao, "It's not that big of a deal?" And Shui was curious about Lin Tian's casual attitude. "Inner disciple Zhou Huajun is at the true immortal realm. You haven't reached the true immortal realm yet, right? How can you deal with a true immortal? Aren't you worried?" "Little Shui, don't underestimate me. Although my cultivation is not at the true immortal realm, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. If he dares to find trouble with me, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him." Lin Tian reached out and pinched in Shui's nose, and Shui slapped Lin Tian's hand away. She groaned and rubbed her nose. "Look at how confident you are. I'm not worried about you." Then she looked at Lin Tian and continued, "I heard that the Purple Shao treasure sect has a 10,000 battles forest. There are many ferocious birds and beasts there. It's very suitable for training. Looking at you now, that inner disciple doesn't seem to be a threat to you. Then, let's go to the 10,000 battles forest together." Lin Tian, this girl was greedy. Inviting him to the 10,000 battles forest was a lie. She wanted him to roast meat for her. "Not for now. We're preparing to go to the Refinement Dao Valley to take a look," he said. "I see." And Shui nodded and said, "Then I'll go alone. I'll bring back the corpses of the ferocious beasts and use them as a model. We'll study the purity of the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 battles forest. Oh, I heard that burning the corpses can reveal the strength of the ferocious beasts." Lin Tian, he really lost to this girl. "Do whatever you want. We'll go to the Refinement Dao Valley first." He wanted to laugh. "Okay, I'll go first. I'll come back to find you later. Remember to come back early." And Shui was quite happy. She ran away quickly. Lin Tian smiled. He then called the Wuxing Crocodile and the Little Taichu. According to the records in the Jade Scroll given by the old man, they followed a fixed direction and headed to the Refinement Dao Valley. There were many disciples coming and going in the Purple Shao treasure sect. Soon, many people saw Lin Tian. Many people couldn't help but point at Lin Tian, because Lin Tian broke the limbs of Zhou Huacheng, who ranked first in the exam, and the limbs of the older generation of outer disciples, Zhang Zhen, and the other 2 had already spread in the sect. Many people knew about it. He just entered the sect and already did something like this, bullying the new disciples, being disrespectful to his senior brothers, and being so cruel. How impressive! Is he trying to show off his power to all the new junior brothers and us old disciples? Chapter 1544. The cold voice came from a young man in black. His spirit was extraordinary, and he looked at Lin Tian coldly. That's Lu Yongxin. He's ranked 9th among the outer sect disciples. It's said that he has already condensed 7 strands of celestial core power. He's much stronger than Zhang Jin and the other 2 outer sect disciples. Many cultivators were surprised to see the young man in black. Among them, there were new disciples like Lin Tian, who had just joined the Purple Shao Treasure sect. There were also old generation outer court disciples who knew about Lu Yongxin. After all, Lu Yongxin was ranked in the top 10 among the outer court disciples. It was impossible for the old generation outer court disciples to not know about him. As for the new batch of outer court disciples who had just joined the sect, it was natural for them to know about the top disciples in each layer of the sect. Lin Tian glanced at Lu Yongxin and ignored him. He called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to continue to the refinement Dao Valley. Didn't I hear that you beat up the new junior brothers? Now that I'm mocking you, why did you turn around and leave? Why didn't you attack me? Because you know that I'm much stronger than Zhang Zhen and the others, so you don't dare to? Lu Yongxin said. Lu Yongxin's words were very arrogant. In other words, he was provoking them. Many of the cultivators here were slightly moved. Lin Tian stopped and looked at Lu Yongxin. You want to stand up for Zhou Huacheng and get close to Zhou Huajun? Many of the cultivators around them were moved. They couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Yongxin. So what if I am? Lu Yongxin didn't care about Lin Tian's words or the looks of the cultivators around him. He looked at Lin Tiandao. Senior brother Zhou Huajun is busy treating junior brother Huacheng. He won't have time to deal with you for now. However, do you think you can jump around happily in the sect during this time? You think too much. You want to deal with me, suppress me, and send me to Zhou Huajun to flatter him. Lin Tian was very calm. You just passed the test and entered the sect, but you're already jumping up and down without any rules. I just don't like you. Lu Yongxin continued. Of course, suppressing you and delivering you to senior martial brother Zhou Huajun isn't a bad idea either. It's obvious that you're here to curry favor with Zhou Huajun to deal with me, yet you still have to find excuses to say that you don't like me. How hypocritical. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Yongxin didn't care about Lin Tian's mockery. Whatever you say. It's just that I don't like you even more now. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and slowly walked towards Lin Tian. What a coincidence. I don't like you either. Lin Tiandao. Is that so? You bullied your new junior brother so viciously and talked back to your senior brother. Since you don't like me, why don't you just come over and fight me? Doesn't that suit your personality? What's the point of standing here? Lu Yongxin continued to walk towards Lin Tian. His words were arrogant, full of contempt and provocation. Go over and fight you? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, You mean you want me to go over and beat you up? Lu Yongxin's pace didn't change. He was calm and indifferent. Yes, come over and beat me up if you have the guts, as long as you have the ability. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. In the next moment, with a swoosh, his figure disappeared and appeared in front of Lu Yongxin in the blink of an eye. Lu Yongxin's calm expression changed slightly. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and couldn't help but take a step back. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian swung his fist and punched out. Lu Yongxin didn't have time to dodge. He could only raise his hands and cross them in front of his body. He also released a layer of divine power to defend himself. Boom! With a loud boom, Lin Tian's fist broke through Lu Yongxin's divine power and landed on Lu Yongxin's arms. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lu Yongxin grunted. He was directly smashed to the ground. The bones in his arms were completely broken. That Lu Yongxin is ranked 9th among the outer sect disciples. He is a half-step true immortal who has condensed 7 strands of celestial core power. But he was actually, how is this possible? All of the disciples were shocked by this. In the half-step true immortal realm, every strand of celestial core power condensed would result in a huge difference in combat strength. Lu Yongxin had condensed 7 strands of celestial core power, which was much stronger than Zhang Jin and the other outer sect disciples who had condensed 5 strands of celestial core power. They couldn't be compared and were extremely powerful. However, such a powerful Lu Yongxin was now knocked to the ground by Lin Tian with a single punch. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Lu Yongxin flipped to the ground. He was shocked and angry. Lin Tian's punch was like a falling meteor. The bones in his arms were instantly smashed, causing him to feel an intense pain. It was as if he was going to lose his arms. He roared. His tyrannical divine power vibrated and instantly repaired the broken bones in his arms. Because Lin Tian didn't use the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders in that punch, his broken arms were easily repaired. Divine power surged all over his body. He was about to stand up. However, Lin Tian did not give him the slightest chance. He directly kicked him down and stomped him to the ground. Bang! Lu Yongxin was stepped on by Lin Tian. His body came into contact with the ground again. There was a loud boom. The ground was shattered. Cracks appeared and spread in all directions like a spider web. Come here and beat him. Lin Tian called out to Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. Coming. Wuxing Crocodile flashed over and kicked Lu Yongxin. Although it didn't aim to kill, its strength wasn't weak. It immediately shattered dozens of bones in Lu Yongxin's body. Lu Yongxin let out a scream and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Little guy, go, it said to little Tai Chu. Little Tai Chu called out in its childish voice. It extended its little paw and hit Lu Yongxin directly. It almost smashed Lu Yongxin into meat paste. Lu Yongxin's body was covered with cracks. Blood kept flowing out. Little guy, be gentle. Don't kill him. It'll cause some trouble. Wuxing Crocodile said. Purple Xiao Treasure Sect has a very clear sect rule. That is, fighting among fellow disciples is not a big deal, but killing each other is prohibited. Otherwise, it will be severely punished. Of course, there are a lot of lies in this sect rule. For example, if an inner disciple or a true disciple kills an ordinary outer disciple, the higher-ups of Purple Xiao Treasure Sect won't care. Because the difference in status and strength is too big, the higher-ups of Purple Xiao Treasure Sect won't make things difficult for a powerful inner disciple or a true disciple just because of an ordinary outer disciple's death. But now, they have just entered Purple Xiao Treasure Sect. They are just ordinary outer disciples. If they kill a fellow disciple at this stage, it will be terrible. They will definitely face a very harsh punishment. There's no need to provoke this kind of trouble now. Yeah, little Tai Chu said in its childish voice. It nodded and waved its paw again. This time, it restrained a lot of its strength. It didn't shatter Lu Yongxin, but all of its strength poured into Lu Yongxin's flesh and bones. Lu Yongxin couldn't help but let out a scream. Obviously, although this attack didn't cause as much damage as the previous attack, it caused Lu Yongxin to feel more intense pain. Not bad, not bad. That's it. Wuxing Crocodile nodded in satisfaction and kicked Lu Yongxin again. Who asked you to provoke us? Lin Tian was also unleashing his foot, stomping down again and again. The strength of each stomp was just right, not shattering Lu Yongxin's body or taking his life. Every stomp was enough to make Lu Yongxin feel a bone-piercing pain. For a moment, banging sounds kept coming out. This, Lu Yongxin is being beaten up. Around the cultivators of Purple Xiao Treasure Sect saw this scene, and all of them widened their eyes. He was ranked 9th among the outer disciples, a half-step true immortal who had condensed 7 strands of true origin. At this moment, he was being beaten up by a man and 2 beasts, and he kept vomiting blood. This scene was truly a little shocking to the eyes. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds kept coming out. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu surrounded Lu Yongxin and kept attacking. Their attacks were very controlled, and they didn't kill Lu Yongxin. They only made him feel pure pain. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Yongxin roared furiously. Violent divine energy vibrated, and a faint true immortal aura spread out. Shut up! Just scream. Don't swallow other words. Lin Tiandao stomped down with even more force than before, crushing the powerful divine power that Lu Yongxin had unleashed. He pinned Lu Yongxin to the ground, causing Lu Yongxin to scream in agony. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu didn't stop attacking. Banging sounds kept coming out, and Lu Yongxin kept screaming. You! Arg! Lu Yongxin was frightened and angry. At this time he regretted it. Originally, he did come to curry favor with Zhou Huajun. He wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson, suppress Lin Tian, and bring him to Zhou Huajun. He thought that maybe he could get some good elixirs from Zhou Huajun. Then he could condense the 8th strand of celestial core power and get closer to becoming a true immortal. So he came to find trouble with Lin Tian. Although he knew that Lin Tian easily defeated Zhang Zhen and the other two, he didn't care because Zhang Zhen and the other two couldn't be compared with him. His strength was much stronger than Zhang Zhen and the other two. He thought that with his strength he could suppress Lin Tian. Even if it was a little difficult, he would be able to suppress him in the end. But now he was shocked by the result. Lin Tian's combat strength was much more terrifying than he imagined. Even with his strength of condensing 7 strands of celestial core power, he couldn't compete with Lin Tian at all. He couldn't block Lin Tian's iron fist. Moreover, Lin Tian's Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also shocked and angered him. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Stop! Arg! He roared in anger, and then it turned into a scream. Chapter 1545. Lu Yongxin howled miserably. His voice was harsh and echoed in the air. Who asked you to be cheap? Who asked you to be unreasonable? Who asked for a beating? Lin Tian was merciless. He didn't take Lu Yongxin's life, but he kept making him feel the heart-wrenching pain. Do you think Master Crocodile and the others are pushovers? Do you think you're great just because you're the 9th outer disciple? I'll beat you until you can't even recognize your own mother. Wuxing Crocodile scolded as he kept kicking Lu Yongxin. Yeah. The little guy's childish voice was very cute. He waved his little paw again and again. It looked very light, but the strength was shockingly great. Every time he waved his paw, Lu Yongxin would tremble and let out an even more miserable howl. The sound was ear-piercing. Such a scene made the disciples of Purple, Carefree Treasure Sect stare. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. The powerful Lu Yongxin, the 9th outer disciple, a half-step genuine immortal who had condensed 7 strands of celestial core power, was now being beaten by a man and 2 beasts without the slightest ability to fight back. Bang! 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 Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu kept attacking, pressing Lu Yongxin to the ground and beating him. Lu Yongxin screamed and roared. His divine power was violent, shaking out a terrifying power. Divine light filled the sky as he tried to break free by force. However, it was completely useless. Just like before, Lin Tian stomped his foot down. His body that was comparable to a true immortal's directly shattered all the divine light and landed on Lu Yongxin's body, causing Lu Yongxin to howl miserably on the spot. If one is cheap, one is bound to be beaten, he said. As he spoke, he kicked Lu Yongxin's face again, shattering all of Lu Yongxin's teeth. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also kept attacking, hitting Lu Yongxin with all their might. For a time, the banging sounds continued. The ground was shattered, and a lot of smoke and dust sputtered. Lu Yongxin's miserable howls, like a pig being slaughtered, kept coming out. After a full 15 minutes, Lu Yongxin's miserable howl stopped and he fainted. He fainted? You really can't take a beating, Wuxing Crocodile said. At this moment, Lu Yongxin's entire body was covered in blood. All of his bones had been crushed, and even his face had changed. Looking at this miserable state, many cultivators in the surroundings couldn't help but gulp. Lin Tian kicked Lu Yongxin again. He clapped his hands and stopped. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the surrounding disciples of the Violet Firmament Treasure Sect and said, "Everyone, you all heard it just now. He asked me to beat him up himself. Although his request was a little strange, I was very enthusiastic and satisfied him." The crowd. Lin Tianyi smiled and paused in place. He couldn't help but kick the unconscious Lu Yongxin again. Then he called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu and left. They continued to head towards the refining Dao Valley of the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect. Soon, they were more than 1,000 feet away. At this place, the disciples of the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect looked at the miserable Lu Yongxin lying on the ground and then looked at Lin Tian's departing figure. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. This newcomer is too scary, isn't he? Lu Yongxin, who is ranked 9th among the outer disciples, was defeated so easily. His personality is too domineering, ruthless. Many people couldn't help but gulp. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu left the place just now. At this moment, they were already very far away. Then, about 7 minutes later, they followed a fixed direction and soon arrived at the refining Dao Valley of the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect. Although the refining Dao Valley had the word valley in its name, it wasn't actually a valley. Instead, it was a very flat area. There were many stone rooms inside, and the stone door of each stone room was engraved with dense Dao patterns. Each of those stone chambers should be a cultivation chamber, Wuxing Crocodile said. Obviously so. Lin Tian nodded. There were deacons of the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect guarding outside the refining Dao Valley. They were all true immortal experts. Lin Tian stepped forward and politely showed his disciple nameplate. The deacon guarding the refining Dao Valley glanced at the Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu beside Lin Tian and said, "You and your battle beasts can only share one cultivation room. You have 3 chances to cultivate in a month, and the time limit for each cultivation is 48 hours. Understood. Lin Tian on Dao. In the Immortal region, there were some cultivators who had beasts by their side that could help them in battle. They were called battle beasts. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were obviously Lin Tian's battle beasts. As for the refining Dao Valley, although any disciple of the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect could enter, they couldn't allow all of them to cultivate in there without restrictions. After all, there were too many disciples in the Purple Freedom Treasure Sect. There were at least 1 million of them, and there weren't that many cultivation rooms in the refining Dao Valley. If everyone could cultivate in there without restrictions, then there wouldn't be enough cultivation rooms. All right, go in, the deacon who spoke said. Lin Tian Wei nodded slightly and brought Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu into the refining Dao Valley. In the refining Dao Valley, there were many cultivation rooms, but they were all the same. There wasn't much difference. Lin Tian randomly chose a cultivation room and opened the stone door with his disciple's nameplate. He brought Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu into it. As soon as they stepped in, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were all shocked. Originally, before entering the cultivation room, they thought that the space behind the stone door wasn't very spacious. There should only be a cultivation platform or something. However, when they pushed open the stone door and stepped into the cultivation room, the scene in front of them shocked them. What they saw was an extremely vast space. It was hard to tell exactly how big it was, but they couldn't see the end of it. In this space, there was a huge ancient tree in front of them. Its leaves were lush and spiritual light intertwined. Meanwhile, the ground was covered with immortal herbs and ancient flowers. The environment was extraordinary, and there was a very dense Tao light surrounding it. This is really as expected of a sect from the immortal region. A single cultivation room is such a huge space, or it could be called a miniature world. That's really a big deal. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was also shocked. However, the shock on his face quickly disappeared. Let's go to that ancient tree to cultivate, he said, closed the stone door of the cultivation room with his disciple's nameplate, and beckoned Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu to walk forward. Soon, they came under the huge ancient tree in this space. In this place, the immortal Tao aura was shockingly strong. It was at least hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. When Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu came here, they only felt the immortal Tao immortal essence in their bodies tremble. The pores all over their bodies couldn't help but open up, and they felt comfortable all over. This immortal Tao fluctuation is really Lord Crocodile's intuition. Without deliberately sensing it, I can sense the 5 elements immortal Tao that suits Lord Crocodile swimming around me. Whooshing Crocodile said. Little Taichu said in a childish voice, expressing the same meaning as Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian also had the same feeling. He didn't use his divine thought. Just by standing there, he could sense the existence of the thunder immortal Tao very clearly. This made him have to admit that the sects in the immortal domain were extraordinary. For a sect to have such a precious place for cultivation, it could be said to be amazing for the disciples. He took a deep breath and said, Cultivation time is limited. Don't waste it. Let's start cultivating immediately. With that said, he propped up his origin world and took out a tree of life. The tree of life was hundreds of feet tall. He obtained it in the Myriad Realms Imperial Star. It was a super tree of life with amazing vitality. Cultivating under it and using its vitality as a supplement, it could greatly improve one's cultivation speed. At this time, he took out this super tree of life. Coupled with the immortal Tao rhyme in this space that was strengthened hundreds of times, it could increase the speed of him, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu's comprehension of the immortal Tao and condensing immortal essence by a large margin. Let's begin, he said as he placed the super tree of life beside the ancient tree in this space and sat down cross-legged beside it. Let's begin. Let's begin, Whooshing Crocodile said, together with little Taichu. They each landed on a huge branch of the tree of life. They directly activated their respective ancient scriptures and divine arts to absorb the super vitality contained within the tree of life. Then, using the immortal Tao rhyme in this space that was hundreds of times denser than the outside world, they comprehended their respective immortal Taos. Soon, dense Tao light appeared outside their bodies. Lin Tian activated the Sun Heart Sutra. His essence, chi, and spirit were quickly adjusted to peak condition. Then he began to absorb the powerful vitality of the super tree of life. He also combined it with the astonishing immortal Tao rhyme in this space to comprehend the thunder immortal Tao rhyme. Outside his body, Tao light surrounded him. Strands of lightning intertwined as if a thunder god was sitting there. With the power of the super tree of life, his divine sense gradually spread out and found the thunder immortal Tao between heaven and earth. His divine sense of origin poured into it and began to comprehend it seriously. Now he had condensed 2 strands of immortal Tao of thunder immortal Tao, which meant that he had completed 2/9 of the thunder immortal Tao. There was still 7/9 that he hadn't completely comprehended. He had to condense another 7 strands of immortal Tao before he could completely comprehend and control this immortal Tao. Then he would step into the true immortal level in one fell swoop and possess the true immortal aura and immortal Tao law. He integrated his divine sense of origin into the thunder immortal Tao and silently comprehended it. The Tao light outside his body gradually became stronger. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu each comprehended their own immortal Tao. The Tao light surrounding their bodies also became stronger and denser at a relatively fast speed, causing the entire space to be surrounded by the Tao light. Just like that, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 48 hours had passed. At this time, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu stopped cultivating at the same time. Chapter 1546. After 48 hours of cultivation, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Tai Chu's spiritual energy and Tao power had become much stronger. At this time, the time limit for cultivation in the Refinement Path Valley was up, and it was time to leave. Let's go, Lin Tian said to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. As he spoke, he propped up his source world and kept the super tree of life that he took out earlier. This super tree of life's life force has become weaker, Wuxing Crocodile said. Every time I use it, it will become weaker. After all, the life force on it can't be regenerated. Lin Tian Ondao said. He kept the super tree of life and called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. He opened this space with his disciple badge and walked out of this space. He then walked out of the Refinement Path Valley and headed towards his residence. They walked in the Purple Shao Treasure Sect. There were many disciples in the Purple Shao Treasure Sect, so they were quickly seen by many people. Ruthless is here. He just entered the sect, and he already crippled the limbs of the new outer sect disciple who ranked first in the assessment. He also crippled the limbs of 3 older outer sect disciples, and then beat up the 9th outer sect disciple, Lu Yongxin, until he fainted. Is that him? That's right. Many people saw Lin Tian pointing at him from afar, and most of them were shocked. Lin Tian's cultivation was strong, and his spiritual sense was sharp. He could clearly hear these people talking about him, but he didn't care at all. His footsteps didn't change at all, and he walked towards his residence in a fixed direction. Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu also heard these discussions, but like Lin Tian, they didn't care. By the way, do you want to take a look at the forest of Wanzhan? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian shook his head. Not for the time being. I reckon that someone has been waiting for us at the residence for a long time. Wuxing Crocodile paused for a moment, then immediately guessed who Lin Tian was referring to. It was in Shui. Seems like it. It laughed. Lin Tian also smiled and quickly arrived at the residence with Wuxing Crocodile and Little Tai Chu. From afar, they saw a purple-clothed girl standing in the courtyard. From time to time, she would stretch her neck and look into the distance as if she was waiting for something. And Shui. At this time, and Shui also saw Lin Tian and the others. When Lin Tian and the others walked into the courtyard, he immediately complained, "What took you so long? I've been waiting for a long time." Lin Tian rolled his eyes at her. "Do you think we're going to the Refinement Tao Valley for sightseeing? Come back after taking a look? We're going there to cultivate. Naturally, we have to spend some time there." "Oh, that's true." And Shui nodded, then blinked and said, "Come, let's study the purity of the demonic beasts in the forest of Wanzhan. I brought back a small beast." As she spoke, she flicked the jade ring on her right index finger. Immediately, there was a flash of light and a mystic winged lion appeared. It had no signs of life and was at least 300 feet tall. "Lin Tian, this is the small beast you were talking about?" He glanced at Shui from the corner of his eyes. "Yes." And Shui nodded. "I went in for a stroll. A large group of ferocious beasts wanted to eat me, so I chose the smallest one and dragged it back." As she spoke, she waved her hand again, and a large pile of crimson stones appeared. These are flame stones. If divine power is placed in them, they can produce very powerful flames. It's very useful for us to study the purity of this beast's demonic power. Lin Tian, he was really defeated by this girl. At this time, she still didn't want him to make roasted meat. She still said that she wanted to study the purity of this beast's demonic power. Little Tai Chu also understood and Shui's thoughts. Its eyes flashed and looked at the corpse of the mystic winged lion that Shui brought back. Then it looked at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, yes. He said. The little guy was also a glutton. Obviously, it also wanted to eat roasted meat. The courtyard of this residence occupied a large area. Lin Tian immediately started, and Shui took out a flame stone to deal with the corpse of the mystic winged lion. Then he propped up a frame and placed the corpse of the mystic winged lion on the frame. The flame produced by the flame stone was very hot. When it burned on the mystic winged lion's flesh, it soon produced a sizzling sound. Drops of golden oil fell and landed on the flame stone, producing an even louder sizzling sound. Lin Tian waved his hand and some powder appeared. He flicked it onto the roasted meat of the mystic winged lion. In the blink of an eye, a rich aroma spread out. "What did you do? Is it the strange aroma produced by these things?" And Shui asked. She had seen and eaten roasted meat before, but the roasted meat made by Lin Tian was unusually fragrant. "It's an exclusive cooking ingredient," Lin Tian said casually. In fact, these powders were just salt powder, chili powder, and other things. They were very common in the mortal world, but were very unfamiliar to cultivators. He had picked some salt and other things from some deep mountains and forests when he occasionally roasted meat for little Taichu in his spare time. Then he casually made some powders and kept them. Cooking ingredients? And Shui didn't understand, but her eyes were very bright. "Although I don't know what it means, it feels very powerful." Lin Tian wanted to laugh. However, he held back in the end. Time passed quickly. The mystic winged lion's flesh was completely roasted, and the aroma was stronger than before. "It's done. Take it yourself." Lin Tian Ondao, little Taichu and Shui immediately moved and pulled out large pieces of cooked meat in the blink of an eye. After being roasted by the fire, the meat of the mystic winged lion was golden yellow. It was crispy and delicious and very tender. Little Taichu and Shui soon made muffled sounds, looking very happy. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile also took some. They were very calm and treated it as simple food. Somewhere else in the Purple Shao treasure sect, 5 figures walked together. The leader was a man in a blue robe. His expression was very indifferent, but his essence, qi, and spirit were very strong. There was a very strong, true, immortal aura and immortal Tao law intertwined around him. There was another person beside him. It was Zhou Huacheng. "Big brother, you must make him suffer a fate worse than death." Zhou Huacheng said to the man in the blue robe, his eyes sinister. The man in the blue robe was his elder brother in the Purple Shao treasure sect, inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun, who was at the true immortal level. Now his limbs that were crippled by Lin Tian had been healed. His elder brother had used the immortal Tao law to repair them. Zhou Huajun didn't say much. His expression was cold as he led Zhou Huacheng toward the outer sect disciples' residential area. That's inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun. And the one who got first place in the aptitude test this time, Zhou Huacheng. They seemed to be heading to the outer sect disciples' residential area. In the Purple Shao treasure sect, many cultivators were shocked when they saw Zhou Huajun and Zhou Huacheng, especially when they looked at Zhou Huajun. Many of them were very wary. After all, he was an inner sect disciple of the sect, a true immortal expert. The outer sect disciples' residential area. Are they going to? It's obvious. That person, I think his name is Lin Tian. A few days ago, he injured Zhou Huacheng so badly. Zhou Huajun naturally won't let him go. He's obviously going to settle the score. That Lin Tian is probably in trouble this time. He might die. Many cultivators whispered to each other. Those who participated in the sex assessment would report their names. Therefore, some cultivators naturally found out Lin Tian's name quickly. It wasn't difficult. At this time, Zhou Huajun led Zhou Huacheng to the outer sect residential area. Zhou Huacheng's face was cold and sinister. It was obvious that he was leading his elder brother to find Lin Tian for revenge. Zhou Huajun was a true immortal inner sect disciple, and Lin Tianji was an outer sect disciple who had just joined the sect. Therefore, even if Zhou Huajun killed Lin Tian and violated the sect's rules, the big shots in the Purple Shao Treasure sect wouldn't say anything. They wouldn't make things difficult for a true immortal inner sect disciple for a new outer sect disciple. Many cultivators felt that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to escape this time. After all, Zhou Huajun was really strong. Let's go and have a look. Immediately, the surrounding Purple Shao Treasure sect's disciples followed suit. In the outer sect residential area, Lin Tian's courtyard, the aroma of the mystic winged lion's roast meat floated in the air. Not long after, the entire mystic winged lion was finished by the 2 people and 2 beasts in the courtyard. Of course, most of them went into the stomachs of Shui and little Tai Chu. You two can really eat. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Yeah. Little Tai Chu called out to Wuxing Crocodile in a childish voice. Its big eyes were curved, and it looked very proud. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes again. I'm not praising you. If I can eat this every day, I'll be so happy. And Shui said, You're thinking too much. Lin Tiandao said, No matter how delicious something is, it will become like chaff after eating too much. If you eat this every day, you won't have any feelings for it after a month at most. You won't have the same thoughts as now. Most of the time, you just feel that it's very novel. And Shui thought for a moment. It sounds very reasonable. That's how it is. Lin Tiandao stood up and tidied up the courtyard. Then he said to Shui, All right, you've eaten. Go back to your residence. It's getting dark. As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. He tilted his head and looked in a direction outside the courtyard. In that direction, footsteps could be heard in the distance. The footsteps were getting clearer and clearer. They were coming towards this place. Moreover, he felt a chill and killing intent. At the same time, Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu also felt it. They all turned their heads and looked in that direction. In that direction, the footsteps were getting louder and louder, and there were more of them. Soon, a group of cultivators appeared in the vision of the 2 humans and 2 beasts. 2 men were walking at the front. The 2 humans and 2 beasts saw Zhou Huacheng at a glance. Then, their gazes fell on the blue-robed young man beside Zhou Huacheng. Naturally, they could guess that the blue-robed young man was Zhou Huacheng's elder brother, Zhou Huajun, a perfected immortal inner court disciple. Kid Lin, there's trouble again. Chapter 1547. Lin Tian looked at Zhou Huacheng, then at Zhou Huacheng, who was beside Zhou Huajun. Seeing the 2 of them walking over, his expression was very calm. Hey, you're here. Can you really deal with a perfected immortal? And Shui looked at Lin Tian. It's not a big deal. Lin Tian Andao. All right. And Shui did not say anything else. Zhou Huacheng and Zhou Huajun walked towards this place, followed by a large group of figures. All of them were outer disciples of the Purple, Carefree Treasure sect. They knew what Zhou Huajun and Zhou Huacheng were going to do, so they followed behind, waiting to watch the show. Soon, Zhou Huajun and Zhou Huacheng arrived outside Lin Tian's courtyard and directly stepped into the courtyard. Big brother, that's him. We must make him suffer. Zhou Huacheng pointed at Lin Tian and said to Zhou Huajun. His eyes were vicious as he looked at Lin Tian and the others with a sinister smile. You guys, just you wait. When my big brother is here, you'll all be finished. Is that so? That's so scary. You scared me. Lin Tian was very calm. After a pause, he said, Speaking of which, Zhang Zhan Li Wu and Feng Yunsong didn't come with you to join in the fun? Zhou Huacheng had recovered from his injuries and led Zhou Huajun to deal with him. Zhang Zhan, Li Wu, and Feng Yunsong did not come, which really made him curious. Logically speaking, the 3 of them should be very happy to see Zhou Huajun deal with him. Who knows which corner they are lying in now? Zhou Huacheng said. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes. She glanced at Zhou Huajun and then at Zhou Huacheng. Your elder brother healed your injuries and didn't care about those 3 people? Zhou Huacheng coldly snorted. 3 good-for-nothings you didn't help at all, and you still expect my big brother to treat their injuries? Hey, how shameless can you be? Although the 3 of them had bad intentions and weren't good people, they were still injured because of you. It's fine if you don't ask your brother to treat them, but you're actually insulting them now. And Shui said. He couldn't bear to see Zhou Huacheng's face. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Zhou Huacheng and sneered sarcastically. This is the so-called heartless and unscrupulous thing. What are you talking about? Lin Tianwei raised his hand and slapped Wuxing Crocodile. Is there anyone who insults wolves and dogs like you? Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes at Lin Tianwei and then said, That's true. Using such an analogy is indeed a little unfair to wolves and dogs. It inexplicably gives wolves and dogs a great humiliation. Many people outside the courtyard came to watch the show. At this time, when they heard the conversation between Lin Tianwei and Wuxing Crocodile, they couldn't help but stare. Now, Zhou Huacheng came with his brother, Zhou Huajun, and a true immortal inner disciple. Lin Tianwei and Wuxing Crocodile actually ridiculed and insulted Zhou Huajun's younger brother, Zhou Huacheng, in front of him. Their words were clearly saying that Zhou Huacheng couldn't even compare to wolves and dogs. Zhou Huacheng naturally understood Lin Tianwei and Wuxing Crocodile's thoughts. His face immediately became livid. He pointed at Lin Tianwei and Wuxing Crocodile with trembling fingers and said to Zhou Huajun, Kill them, big brother, kill them. No, don't kill them. Leave them to me. I want to torture them. He's like a child who's angry because his candy was stolen. How embarrassing. Lin Tiandao. Disgusting. Wuxing Crocodile shook his head and clicked his tongue. Little Taichu echoed Wuxing Crocodile's words again. Disgusting. Zhou Huacheng was trembling with anger. He had already called his big brother over. His big brother was an inner disciple of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect, a true immortal expert. Now Lin Tianwei, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu actually dared to ridicule him like this. I'll wait to torture you. He looked at Lin Tianwei and the others ferociously. Lin Tianwei nodded and said with a smile, Yes, I'll wait and see how you little trash are going to torture us. At this time, he would mock Zhou Huacheng as much as he could. He wouldn't show mercy. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Zhou Huajun who spoke and looked coldly at Lin Tianwei. Lin Tianwei looked at Zhou Huajun and said, Although I know what you're here for before that, I'd like to give you a friendly reminder. Your brother is rude and overbearing. He deserves to have his limbs crippled. I advise you to leave this place obediently and go back to where you came from. If you really act presumptuously here, you won't get away with it. Hearing this, the crowd of cultivators outside the courtyard who came to watch this place was shocked again. They all widened their eyes. Does this person know who he's facing? That's inner sect disciple Zhou Huajun, a true immortal level expert. He's just an outer sect disciple who just joined the sect. At most, he's only a half-step true immortal. Yet he dares to speak to Zhou Huajun in such a manner? That's right, this is simply, it's hard to understand. Many cultivators whispered to each other. Zhou Huacheng pointed at Lin Tianwei and said coldly, How dare you be so arrogant in front of my big brother? Who do you think you are? Lin Tianwei glanced at Zhou Huacheng disdainfully. You were kicked out of here like trash a few days ago. Now you're here jumping up and down. Aren't you afraid that I'll cripple you again? You, Zhou Huacheng's face turned ashen. He hated Lin Tianwei to the core. In front of his big brother and all the other cultivators here, Lin Tianyi mocked him again and again. Zhou Huajun looked at Lin Tianwei with cold eyes. Then he directly moved. He raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tianwei. There was not a trace of divine power in his big hand. It was purely physical strength. However, the aura was very intimidating. It shook the ground, causing many cultivators outside the courtyard to tremble. As expected of a perfected immortal powerhouse, he's just pressing down with his bare hands, and he's already so intimidating. Someone said, in the courtyard, Zhou Huaqing saw his big brother make a move. His eyes became even more vicious. He looked at Lin Tianwei coldly. "Let's see how you can still be so arrogant," he said coldly. There was an incomparably vicious look in his eyes. It was as if he was already waiting to torture Lin Tianwei. At this moment, Zhou Huajun's big hand pressed down on Lin Tianwei. He was going to slap Lin Tianwei's face. Obviously, he wanted to humiliate Lin Tianwei first. Lin Tianwei naturally saw through his opponent's intention. He smiled coldly, raised his hand and punched out. And for this punch, he directly used 100% of his physical strength. Immediately, with a boom, as he swung his fist, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. After that, his fist and Zhou Huajun's large hand collided firmly against each other. Bang! A violent, muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, Zhou Huajun was directly blasted away like a scarecrow. He rolled for thousands of feet, and there was a glaring blood red floating in the air. "Big brother!" Zhou Huaqing's expression changed drastically. His big brother, a perfected immortal powerhouse, was actually blasted away by Lin Tianyi's punch. At the same time, the other people outside the courtyard also turned pale. Zhou Huajun was blasted away by a punch. The crowd was dumbfounded. Zhou Huajun came indifferently and mercilessly attacked to avenge his brother, Zhou Huaqing. However, as soon as he made a move, he was sent flying by Lin Tianwei's punch. This scene was completely unexpected. Zhou Huajun is a perfected immortal powerhouse. This person, how could he send him flying with a punch? His physique can contend with a perfected immortal powerhouse. How is that possible? Looking at Lin Tianwei, everyone was shocked, and Shuei's mouth formed an O shape. She was also shocked by this scene. "Don't tell me you have the Brute King body. You're only a half-step perfected immortal. How can your physical body be so strong?" She stared at Lin Tianwei with wide eyes. She knew that Lin Tianwei was a half-step perfected immortal. Seeing Lin Tianyi send Zhou Huajun, a perfected immortal, flying with a punch, she was extremely shocked. How could a half-step perfected immortal's physical body be so strong that he could send a powerful perfected immortal flying with a punch? Lin Tianwei shook his head with a smile. "It's not. If you don't have the Brute King body, how can your physical body reach such a level?" And Shui was even more shocked. She paused and asked, "You're not worried about Zhou Huajun because of his powerful physical body?" Then she frowned and said, "However, relying solely on his powerful physical body is still not enough to fight a perfected immortal. A perfected immortal has mastered the complete nomological laws of the immortal Tao. This is not something a cultivator below the perfected immortal realm can resist. Don't worry, Lin Tiandao." And Shui tilted her head and looked at Lin Tianwei. She was really curious and could not understand why Lin Tianwei was so confident. Boom! Divine energy vibrated and rushed from afar. In the distance, Zhou Huajun stood up, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Lin Tianwei could send him, a perfected immortal, flying with a punch. This was somewhat unbelievable. However, in the next moment, his eyes were filled with coldness. He, a dignified inner disciple with a cultivation of the perfected immortal realm, was sent flying by a half-step perfected immortal realm outer disciple who had just joined the sect. Moreover, he was sent flying in front of his own brother and a group of other cultivators. To him, this was a humiliation to the sect. He stepped back into the courtyard from afar and looked at Lin Tianwei with a bone-chilling gaze. "All of you must die," he said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, the divine energy outside his body surged even more violently. Waves of saber light flew out, carrying the aura of a perfected immortal. They slashed directly at Lin Tianwei, enveloping Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Tianwei, and Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, just as he said. This was no longer the physical strength, like before, but a kind of divine ability intertwined with a very sharp, killing intent. Divine ability. A perfected immortal realm expert directly used a divine ability on an outer disciple. This is a divine ability used by a perfected immortal realm expert. No one below the perfected immortal realm can resist it. I'm afraid that person is finished. Many cultivators were shocked by the dense saber light slashed out by Zhou Huajun. Then they looked at Lin Tianwei and shook their heads. Chapter 1548. The sharp blade radiance swept across the sky as if it was going to cut through everything. Each blade radiance was mixed with a terrifying aura. It's over. Outside the courtyard, many people looked at Lin Tian and shook their heads. Die. Zhou Huacheng said viciously again. At this time, he no longer wanted his big brother to suppress Lin Tian and let him torture him. He only wanted Lin Tian and the others to disappear from his sight as soon as possible. Clang! 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 The blade radiance clanged, and it was very ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, these blade radiances arrived above Lin Tian's head and enveloped Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Shui, mercilessly slashing down. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled. With a thought, his soul power intertwined. In an instant, a large array pattern appeared around the courtyard. The formation inscriptions were mysterious and complicated. The moment it appeared, it caused the space around the courtyard to become oppressive. A wave that could suppress everything immediately spread out, causing the dense blade glows that Zhou Huajun had slashed out to tremble, after which its power weakened by a few hundred times in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slapped out. With the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunderclaps, he shattered all the blade radiance. There is a big array here. Zhou Huajun's true immortal level saberlight was actually shattered with a single palm strike. Outside the courtyard, everyone was shocked. And Shui was also shocked. Looking at the dense array pattern that appeared around them, her eyes were full of shock. These array patterns, just now, when these array patterns appeared, she instantly felt the power of Zhou Huajun's blade radiance weaken at a very shocking speed. It fell out of the range of a perfected immortal level attack and was then shattered by Lin Tian's palm. Based on this scene, she could feel that these runes were extremely shocking. They were not just a little bit stronger than she had expected. At the same time in the courtyard, Zhou Huajun trembled and his expression changed slightly. With the appearance of these formation patterns in the courtyard, not only was the saber light he had just slashed out weakened countless times, but at this moment he clearly felt that his essence, energy, and spirit were also being suppressed by some kind of invisible force. His vision became somewhat blurry, his hearing became somewhat dull, and his spirit perception became somewhat unclear. Even his ability to move became much weaker. What formation pattern is this? You carved it. He looked at Lin Tian, his voice extremely cold. At this moment, he felt as though his cultivation base had been suppressed to the level of a half-step true immortal. Even his blood qi had become much weaker. Lin Tian looked at Zhou Huajun and sneered. In the next instant, he moved, turning into an afterimage and instantly appearing in front of Zhou Huajun. Zhou Huajun's expression changed again. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, Dong. Lin Tian did not say anything unnecessary. He directly raised his hand and punched out. This punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It landed squarely on Zhou Huajun's cheek and sent Zhou Huajun flying to the ground with a bang. Big brother! Zhou Huacheng had just been shocked by Lin Tian's palm shattering Zhou Huajun's perfected immortal blade radiance. At this moment, seeing his big brother being sent to the ground by Lin Tianyi's fist. His expression changed drastically again. Zhou Huajun was sent to the ground by Lin Tian. His eyes became even colder. Immediately, monstrous, perfected, immortal divine power erupted from his body. He instantly stood up from the ground. The divine light outside his body burned like a flame. It was actually terrifying. You, Buzz! Around the courtyard, dense formation patterns flickered. An invisible force pressed down, causing Zhou Huajun to tremble again. The divine power that burned like a flame outside his body seemed to have met a majestic flood. In an instant, it weakened countless times. The light it emitted dimmed all of a sudden, and the power it interweaved with was naturally many times weaker. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's fist arrived again. It landed on Zhou Huajun's cheek again. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhou Huajun was sent to the ground again. Zhou Huajun was shocked and angry. You, bang! Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Zhou Huajun's chest. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Now he had activated the 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array that was engraved in this courtyard. It had weakened Zhou Huajun's strength in all aspects by more than half. Now, at most, he was at the level of a half-step true immortal who had condensed 8 strands of celestial core power. After all, Zhou Huajun's peak strength was only at the early stage of a true immortal. Come here, let's beat him up together. Just like how he dealt with the outer sect disciple Lu Yongxin, he called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu. With 2 whooshing sounds, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu directly flashed over and attacked fiercely. Then, and Shui also flashed over with a swoosh. She raised her slender jade-like leg and kicked Zhou Huajun. Just now, the dense saber light that Zhou Huajun had slashed out had also enveloped her. Naturally, it made her very unhappy. For a moment, the sound of banging rang out one after another. The 2 men and 2 beasts surrounded Zhou Huajun and attacked him with all their might. Big brother! Zhou Huaqing's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, he trembled in the distance. At the same time, the other cultivators outside the courtyard were all shocked. This, Zhou Huajun is being beaten by a group of people. That's an inner sect disciple at the perfected immortal realm. Everyone was shocked. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed in the courtyard. Lin Tian's 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array greatly weakened and suppressed Zhou Huajun's strength, reducing it to the level of a half-step perfected immortal. And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu surrounded and beat Zhou Huajun. D***MN. Get lost. Zhou Huajun roared angrily. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, a true immortal level powerhouse. But now he was being ganged up on by 2 outer sect disciples and 2 demonic beasts. They were pinning him to the ground and beating him up. This was simply too embarrassing. He felt extremely humiliated. Boom! Outside his body, the perfected immortal divine power vibrated and the immortal Tao law surged out, turning into a storm that swept toward the 2 men and 2 demonic beasts. Lin Tian smiled and controlled the 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array with his mind. In an instant, he weakened Zhou Huajun's immortal Tao law by more than half and smashed it into pieces with a slap. Then he stomped on Zhou Huajun's body and broke many more bones. Beside him, the 5 elements crocodile, little grand primordium, and Enshui naturally didn't stop what they were doing. They kept calling Zhou Huajun. So what if you're an inner sect disciple? So what if you're a perfected immortal? What the hell? Yeah, I didn't do anything. How dare you attack me? I'll kick you to death. Lin Tian activated a corner of the 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array, but he could control it with his mind. At this time, he only suppressed and weakened Zhou Huajun and had no effect on the others in the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled groan continued. The 2 of them attacked fiercely with both hands, and beat Zhou Huajun. Zhou Huajun was infuriated. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, a genuine immortal expert, but now he was being ganged up on like this. There was a large group of people watching. How embarrassing was this? "Get out of my way!" He roared angrily, and his divine power surged again, like an active volcano that suddenly erupted. However, it was useless. Lin Tian activated the corner of the 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array, even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed Zhou Huajun's tyrannical divine power and weakened it by more than half. Bang! He stomped his foot again, landing on Zhou Huajun's body with a loud bang, and the ground cracked a lot. The 5 elements crocodile continued to stomp on the ground without mercy. "Your skin is really thick. My feet hurt from stomping on you." It bared its teeth, but its movements did not stop. It kicked Zhou Huajun fiercely, aiming at his face. Although Lin Tian weakened Zhou Huajun's abilities in all aspects with 1,000 prohibitions and 10,000 seals array, the other party's physical strength could not be weakened. Now, Zhou Huajun still had the physique of a perfected immortal. Even if it used all of its physical strength, it could not trample on Zhou Huajun's physical body. However, although it could not trample on Zhou Huajun's physical body, the pain it brought to Zhou Huajun was real. "Don't hold back. He can take a beating. Give him a good beating." Lin Tian on Dao. Little Tai Chu heard the words and called out in a childish voice. Its little claws suddenly exerted force, bringing a gust of wind. After landing on Zhou Huajun's head, it almost smashed Zhou Huajun's head into pieces. "Little guy, your strength is not small," Whooshing Crocodile said. Little Tai Chu squinted its big eyes, looking happy to be praised. It slammed its claws down again. This claw was more amazing than the previous one. Zhou Huajun's head was smashed open and blood flowed out. Whooshing Crocodile was even more surprised. Lin Tian was also surprised, and Shui could not help but widen his eyes. At this time, the little guy did not use its divine power. Zhou Huajun's physique was still at the perfected immortal level, but the little guy's claw smashed Zhou Huajun's head. This kind of strength was a little scary. This physical body is a little scary. It's almost comparable to Brat Lin's physical body. Whooshing Crocodile stared. "This little guy is great," Lin Tian praised. Little Tai Chu was even more happy. Its little claw slammed down with more force. This time, it was Zhou Huajun who suffered. Under that powerful little claw, his physical body was almost smashed into pieces. He coughed out blood and could not help but let out a miserable cry. Under the little fellow's powerful claw, even his soul was shaken. "Just leave him alive. Beat him hard," Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he kicked him again. Zhou Huajun came here to kill them. If it was any other place, he would not show mercy. However, he could not do that in the Purple Freedom Treasure sect. Zhou Huajun was an inner disciple. An inner disciple killing an outer disciple would not have any effect. However, if he, an outer disciple, killed an inner disciple like Zhou Huajun, it would be troublesome. The senior elders of the Purple Freedom Treasure sect would never let him go.